Good morning, Mike.
Okay.
Who are you?
Good morning, Judge.
First up, I have Mr. Bassat.
Good morning, Judge. I'm on DL Wesley, but my prosecutor was Stephen Lockbyler. I'm not certain if he's on or not.
You just walked in the courtroom.
Oh, excellent. Well, I'm ready whenever the court's ready, y'all.
Okay. You're ready on DL Wesley.
Call me case number 0405500501. Prosecution versus DL Wesley. Defendant in charge in count 1, representing cause of death. Count 2, representing cause of serious impairment of body function. Count 3, operating on intoxicated cause of death. Count 4, operating on intoxicated cause of serious injury.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Steve Lockwood for the people, P70668.
And good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Kevin Basant, P71061, on behalf of Mr. D.L. Wesley, who's also present by Zoom video, Your Honor.
Mr. Wesley, tell us your name for the record. Tell us your name, sir. Yes, connected his audio. What's your pleasure, Mr. Basant?
Well, Judge, today is the date and time scheduled for a probable cause conference. I have received all the discovery. I spoke with my client on this particular matter. If there's no objections from the people, Judge, at this time, we're prepared to waive the preliminary exam.
The client will have to connect his audio. Mr. Wesley, tell us your name for the record.
My name is D.L. Wesley.
Please raise your right hand, sir. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
So help me God.
Thank you, sir. You understand you have a statutory right to have a preliminary examination by waiving the same. That means you won't have one, and you'll be gone over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court as you stand charged with complaint more. You understand that?
Yes.
You understand the nature and the purpose of a preliminary examination?
Yes.
You understand if you were to have one, the prosecution would have to establish that the crime you charged with was committed in the city of Detroit, and there's probable cause to believe you committed it.
Yes.
Is anyone forcing you to waive your right?
No.
Has anyone promised you anything?
No.
Are you waiving your right freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
Any objection from the people?
No, Your Honor.
The court finds the defendant's waiver is made knowingly and voluntarily freely given, the court will therefore bind the defendant over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court. Criminal Division for further proceedings. His arraignment on the information date and time released February 2nd, 2024 at 9:00 a.m. Bond continued.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And Mr. Wesley, you can log off and leave the meeting.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Log off.
Ms. Silver,
Yes, sir.
good morning.
Morning.
What can I do for you?
My
Now, Sloan?
people. Yeah, but my people aren't here.
Who are
I
your
texted
people?
her. Elena Rozak.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'll come back to you.
I
Thank you.
texted her.
Mr.
But Miss
Riggins.
Kraus is ready.
Good morning, Judge.
Said
Here on
Mr.
Jacoby.
Riggins.
Mr. Riggins.
Good morning, Your Honor. I am here on a David Daniel with Alyssa Segura.
Thank you, Daniel. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Said for Alyssa Segura or in addition to?
I'm with Alyssa in addition to, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm here. I'm here, Your Honor.
All right, so we're ready on that.
Call case number 120598650 for the state of Michigan versus David Daniel II. Defending the charge in count 1, criminal sexual conduct, 4th degree. Count 2, criminal sexual conduct, 4th degree. Defendant has a habitual offender, second offense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
I believe this is a special prosecutor, Your Honor, and I don't see that she signed on.
Okay. Gonna have to come back to you. Ms. Kraus,
Yes, Judge.
were you here on?
Jacoby Easley.
All right. Ready on, please.
Calling case number 2306-067301, people of state Michigan versus Jacoby Easley. In discharge in count one, assault with intent to break out behind, less than murder or strangulation, count two, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sarah Kraus, P 81830, appearing on behalf of Jacoby Easley, who is also present on Zoom. Mr. Easley, can you state your name for the court, please?
Tell us your name, sir.
Jacoby Easley.
What's your pleasure, Ms. Kraus?
Judge,
Your Honor,
today-
Your
Thank
Honor,
you.
if I may, so the complainant on this case was notified of today's date and time for the hearing. She indicated that she had an appointment today that she had been waiting for months, and it has to do with her rheumatoid arthritis condition. And so she just did not want to have to change that appointment. So I realize this is the date of the exam, but I was going to ask for an adjournment for that reason. And Your Honor, I did try to call her again this morning to see if maybe she could join by Zoom so that, if the court had any questions, but I wasn't able to get in touch with her this morning.
Judge, I would be asking for a dismissal at this time.
Given that she has a medical appointment, I'm not inclined to dismiss the matter. Court will find good cause to adjourn the preliminary examination. I don't want to set it on the date that she has another appointment. However, I'm going to keep this holding up the defendant's head much longer. I will adjourn it to January 24th at hours 9:15.
I can make that work, Judge.
January 24th at 9:15, bond will be continued.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
You're all set, Mr. Easley.
Partisan, it's a waiver. Yeah.
I don't know if I have an APA.
Right here.
Oh, okay. There it is. All right. Everybody on cards.
Turn to come up. Sir, thank you. Calling case number 2306-053501 of the state of Michigan versus Powell Carson. Defendant is charged in count one, reckless driving causing death. Count two, operating while intoxicated causing death.
Appearances for the record, please.
Morning, Your Honor. Steve Lockwood for the people, P 70668.
And good morning, Your Honor. Raymond Cassar on behalf of Kyle Carson. 36875. Your Honor, this is the date and time for an exam. We've indicated to the prosecution before we were waiving this exam. I've advised my client, Mr. Carson, has rights to an exam, but the purposes, this time, Your Honor, he is willing to do that.
Tell me your name for the record, sir. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You understand you have a statutory right to have a preliminary examination. I'm basically saying that means you won't have one, and you'll be found over to Lake County Third Circuit Court as you stay in charge. Like, you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand the nature and the purpose of the preliminary examination?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand if you were to have one, the prosecution would have to establish what the crime you're charged with is committed in the city of Detroit, that the probably caused you to be committed.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is anyone forcing you to waive your right?
No, Your Honor.
Is anyone promise you to waive?
No, Your Honor.
Are you waiving your right freely and voluntarily?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection from the people?
No objection, Your Honor.
Court finds this witness what the waiver is made knowingly and voluntarily free within the court, and therefore binding and going to Wayne County Third Circuit Court. Criminal division for the proceedings is arraignment on the information date and time of February 2nd, 2024 at 9 o'clock a.m.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Good day, Your Honor. Good to see you again, Judge.
Good to see you. Take care.
Thank you.
All right. Did you guys sign? Let me get you guys to sign the waiver form as well.
Judge, I'm not getting any response from Miss Rozak. I have to go sign in. I've got to go do another hearing that was at 8:30 as well. Can I come back in a little while?
Sure.
I mean, I know.
I should still when you get back.
I'm sorry, Judge.
I said I should still be here when you get back.
Okay, hopefully Mr. Sloan will still be here, so.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Judge.
Thanks, you too.
Good day, Your Honor.
All right. Take
Good
care
to see you, Judge.
Good to see you. Take care. Good morning, how you doing?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Big signs on the
Finally is here, y'all.
It's not scheduled to be done. They want emergency violence. The attorney.
Heather says she's behaving for now.
I'm grateful for that.
It's Friday.
It's Friday. Yeah, they are. Right, or even standing with that. I'm sorry, because I have something for you. It's great. I've been trying to get down here to next Father's Day. That is for you. Out of the blue. On my baby. And I water I even got it. That's what. No, yeah, I will. So while you waiting on the email, I'm showing them. Okay. Okay, well, we say, so I just don't check it right. Okay. So I got you. Okay. Yeah. First, we got to put our. And then. I'm good.
the city board is doing what they will. But now you're talking about the that is my opinion. Thanks. Donnie, what's mom's name? Thank you very much, Cynthia Little, if you're watching. I appreciate that. Very great. Very nice. I love it. I'm gonna go back out. Okay, here's Ms. Rosa. Ms. Rosa.
Hi, good morning.
Thank you for joining us. You're here for Sloan, correct?
Yes, I think Miss Silver just texted me and said that she logged off for a second. I'm gonna text her right now. Is she on?
No, she's not here. She left.
Okay, let me just message her. Sorry.
Morning, yeah. Hey, good morning. Happy Friday, too. Happy Friday. Going over to the, where you at? Who is it? Judge Sharp. Judge who? Sharp. The new judge. Oh, okay. I don't think so, because I think I still have a hearing at 3 o'clock. What time is that? 4? I don't know if I'm able to make that or not. I'll try. All right. Good morning, Ms. Barnwell.
Good morning, Judge. Judge, I had no idea which courtroom to be in, but I zoomed into one and they told me to be here. Client is Croft, C-R-O-F-T.
You're in the right place. Ms. Solari, is that your case?
Your Honor, mine is David Daniel.
I have the APA here on Croft. I don't have anybody here for that again, Ms. Barnwell.
Okay, Judge, I'll put myself on mute.
Okay, we're ready on Daniel.
Thank you so much.
Calling case number 120598650 for the state district versus David Daniel II. And then charge with count one for your sexual conduct for degree. Count two, sexual conduct for degree. With the hazard of each 50 seconds notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor, and to your staff, Carolyn Solari, P number 86651 for the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alyssa Segura with the Neighborhood Defender Service on behalf of David Daniel, P86432. I'm also here with my co-counsel, Mr. Ken Riggins. And I believe he might be another.
Maybe not. What's your pleasure, Mr. Segura?
Your Honor, so the last time we were here, I informed the court that Mr. Daniel was transferred to another facility. I have since gotten that information. Unfortunately, the issue is that they do not do in or over Zoom client meetings. We have to travel to Jackson to speak with him. So I know that the court wants to schedule the preliminary exam, and we can do that, but I was just asking for a little longer than 2 weeks, just to give Mr. Riggins and I time to travel to Jackson to speak with him prior to the exam.
Who's this in the DRF hearings? What's your name, sir? Sir, in DRF hearings 1 West, what's your name?
Sloan.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this matter has been adjourned once, has it not, Mr. Segura?
Yes, the PCC was adjourned once to allow me time to figure out where Mr. Daniel was going to be transferred to, because originally he was in the Oakland County Jail, but was sentenced to MDOC time. And then we had to figure out what facility he was going to be at, so we couldn't rip him out at that time.
He's here. I'm gonna step in the photo.
Oh, no. So this matter is definitely going to exam, is that right?
That is correct.
Court has set this matter for preliminary examination on February 2nd at 1:30.
February 2nd, Your Honor. Okay. And if that, Mr. Riggins, oh, there you are. Does February 2nd work for you?
1 second. Yes, I can make that work. At 1:30, that's fine.
Okay.
At what time, Your Honor?
1:30. And we need information as to where he is so we can rid him out.
Yes, he is at the Charles Egler Reception and Guidance Center.
Can you email that to us?
Yeah, I can email it to you.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Yes, email that to us, okay? Thank you.
Okay, will do. And Your Honor, if I may address bond briefly.
Okay.
Just as of right now, Mr. Daniel has a personal bond. I'm just asking for a nominal bond. That way he can earn credit while he is in, since he is in custody at the time.
I don't mean to sound harsh or anything. Why do I care if he's earning credit?
I'm sorry.
So I don't mean to sound harsh or anything, but why do I care if he's earning credit while I'm here?
Well, just because I feel as though he should be entitled to the time that he's serving. So that's why I'm asking for a nominal bond.
So what is he in jail for?
He's currently in prison he had just been sentenced for a 2nd-degree criminal sexual conduct.
I think he has another one.
This one is alleged from 2011.
Sorry?
This case is from 2011. I'm not sure of the circumstances with the one that he just was sentenced to. But this one is a very old case. So considering he is incarcerated at the time, I would just ask for a very low bond so that he can earn some time on this.
I don't know, I have to think about that. What's your position? Anything?
Your Honor, the people would respectfully, strongly oppose. My apologies. The people would oppose Ms. Segura's asking for a nominal bond. I feel like it's inappropriate. He's in custody for a completely unrelated matter. He was sentenced for a CSC2. This is a completely different case. He shouldn't be able to benefit for something that he already is sentenced to for a case for other allegations, regardless of how old the case is.
What's so cool if there's really not anything?
Doesn't necessarily sit right with me. I'm going to decline that request at this time. We continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
$9.15, no witnesses on the case.
And you was made to my 9:15? Sorry. Sure. It's called Reeves. Right now, Reeves. Yes.
Call case number 2405500709. Newspaper for Tasha Reeves. Defendant charged in count 1, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 2, weapons self-defense. Count 3, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please. Ms. Strang?
Judge, I'm sorry. If you tell me what we're doing, maybe I can stand in.
Yes, it's no witnesses here for preliminary examination scheduled at 9:15 on Natasha Reeves.
Okay, and we're positive the witnesses aren't there, right?
Yes.
Okay, I can stand in. And good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, Your Honor. Elena Rozak on behalf of the people, P78815, standing in for the attorney of record, Shelley Drain.
And good morning, Your Honor. Melanie Bates, P76080, on behalf of Tasha Reed, to my left.
Is the time set for preliminary examination? Are we ready to proceed?
No, Your Honor, the people are not ready to proceed at this time, and we leave the rest of it to the court to decide if whether or not the case will be dismissed.
My understanding is that the plaintiff witness in this matter has failed to appear, and the people are not ready to proceed. Okay?
Yeah, we will require dismissal of this matter.
So, or quote, dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Ms. Bates. Mr. Minkin, good morning.
Good morning.
You here on schedule?
Good morning. Yeah, I haven't had contact with my client. I don't know. I'm not sure where he is. We set this with waiving his appearance last time. And so I figured I'd take a chance. I'm in Frank Murphy to see if either he didn't show or the witnesses didn't show, and I could do it by Zoom. Otherwise, I'll have to come over there.
That's fine. Yeah, well, I see. Mr. Boomer,
I did send my client a letter. Oh, sorry.
Good morning, Judge. I'm here on Croft.
Okay. Long time no see, my friend. Wait a minute.
Yeah, it's good to see you, Judge.
Let's see. Okay, I don't have an APA here for my domestic violence cases. I take it she's probably en route here to the court.
Yeah, I think Shelley Drain's on mine.
Yes, she hasn't popped in yet.
I could understand it's nasty out.
That's an understatement.
Yeah. Well, I actually made it, but I decided I have floor house counsel and Frank Murphy, and I didn't know if I was going to have anybody show up here. So I took a chance.
Like down on that streaming case, watching the OIC, she went to show up. That's on streaming. Yeah, since she tried to contact her last night and she kept hanging up.
Ms. Rozak, you wouldn't be on Croft, would you? Oh, Mr. Bloomers is on Croft?
Yeah, Judge, I'm on Croft along with Ms. Barnwell, I think.
Ready on Croft.
Case number 2405-51801, Prosecution, Girl Clark Jr.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jacob Bloomers on behalf of the people, P77307.
You jumped the gun a little bit, you weren't through reading the charges.
He is charged in counts 1, 2, and 3, criminal sexual conduct, person 3, and has a habitual offender for the fixed notice.
Okay, now, Harris.
Sorry, Judge. Jacob Bloomers on behalf of the people, P77307.
Oh, Ms. Barnwell. Mr. Croft, tell us your name for the record.
I think that's slow.
Your appearance for the record, Ms. Barnwell?
To run out of a courtroom, Judge. Wendy Barnwell, P42505, on behalf of Mr. Croft.
Mr. Croft was present, but they had to go to another courtroom. Are you waiving his presence?
Yes, Judge.
For the waive the defendant's presence, what's your question?
I'd ask for an exam.
Well, we continue to plead not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination. How is January 24th at 1:30.
One split second,
Ju-
Judge. Looking at my
Judge,
calendar.
I'm going to be in trial, probably the 23rd through the 25th.
How is January 26th at 11:30?
Good for the people.
One split second, Judge. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Judge, I'm as busy as I can be. So can you give me, can I do it at 2 p.m.? I have a 1:30 in front of Judge Slavens. This is nuts. I'm as busy as I can be on that day. Can I get a 2 p.m. instead?
What is your morning look like? Anytime in the
The
morning?
morning is jam-packed. Then there's case at 10:30. Then there's case at 11:30. Then there's case at 1:30.
January 29th at 10 o'clock?
Good for the people.
Oh no, let me pick the 26th and I'll deal with it because I start a jury trial on a case and a CSC case in front of Judge Bazzi then. So I'll stick with the 26th and make it work. I'm gonna make some of those hearings go earlier.
26th at what time works for you besides 2 o'clock?
1:30, isn't that what you said initially?
No, I said 11:30.
One split second. God. Okay, Judge. I'll take 11:30.
We continue.
Thank you,
One
Judge.
other matter, Ms. Barnwell.
Yes.
So there is a Kids Talk video outstanding. Do I have your permission to sign the protective order and file that with the court?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, then I will do so and I will forward you that Kids Talk.
And then you'll send me, okay. Now, some of them don't work, so I'm taking down your name here. What's your name, your last name again, Counsel? You said Bloom?
It's Bloomers. I'll send you a follow-up email.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Judge. Thank you. Have
Thank
a
you,
good
Judge.
weekend, everybody.
Thank you too. Mr. Lincoln, we're ready on Strickland?
Thank you.
Your Honor, I found out, I looked through the police report while we were waiting and my client's coming to the courtroom. So are the witnesses going to be there, Shelley, on Stribling?
I don't think it's there right now.
Okay, let's call Strickland.
Case 405500901 was registered versus Darren Strickland Jr. Defendant is charged in count 1 is always intended to be great volume unless the by translation and 3 assault with the damage weapon. Count 4 domestic violence defendant as a original offender or defense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley P. 60249.
And good morning, Your Honor. Steve Mencken, P 31562, appearing on behalf of Mr. Stribley.
And what's your pleasure, Mr. Lincoln?
Your Honor, my client said he's on the way to the courtroom. So I gave him the number. He said he was it sounded like he was either waiting in line or outside, and he'd be there really shortly. He was having trouble because of the weather. And then I don't know, are there witnesses here? I don't know if we can wait for him. And then if there's no witnesses, I'd move to
Get to point Z, we got to get to point A. We need your client here.
Well, he says he's coming, so can we wait a little bit? He should be there shortly. We should be able to accommodate him in a few minutes.
All right. What did we do on that?
February 2nd or 3rd.
February 2nd. We do okay?
Look.
Your Honor, Steve Mencken, my client says he's checking in at the door.
Okay. Have a good weekend. Thank you again. Appreciate it. Take care now.
We have Mr. Stewart.
Okay. Back on the record on case number 24-055-00901. People versus Darren Deontay Strip. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley, people, P number 60249.
And good morning, Your Honor, Steve Mencken, P 31562. I'm appearing on behalf of Darren Stribling.
Tell me your name for the record, sir.
Darren Strickland.
Designated time set for preliminary examination on people ready to proceed.
Your Honor, I'm not able to proceed at this time. The complaining witness wasn't notified of today's date and time of the hearing. She is not present. I cannot proceed without her testimony.
Mr. Mencken.
Your Honor, I would move to dismiss this matter if they're not ready to proceed.
So order the court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you, Your Honor. My only issue is getting the paperwork to you. I'll have to get it. Hopefully I can get it sometime today. We all set?
Yes, sir. You're all set. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day.
You too. What's your name, sir?
Gerald Croft.
Mr. Croft, your bond has been set for preliminary examination on January 26th at 11:30. That's in person in 36th District Court. Your bond has been continued. Have a good day.
Where's my bond, sir?
Same as it was. I don't know what you're talking about. You're all set, sir.
Our court date is when again? I'm sorry.
January 26th at 11:30.
Yes, sir.
Chuck and Silver. Ms. Silver,
Yes, Judge.
we're ready on Sloan. I think we have Ms.
Yes,
Rozak here.
Judge.
Ms. Rozak, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, we're ready on Sloan.
Calling case number 2305, 995-301, people in state Michigan versus Cody Sloan. The victim is charged with counts 1, 2, and 3, criminal sexual conduct.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elena Rozak on behalf of the people, P78815.
And good morning, Your Honor. Gabby Silver appearing on behalf of Cody Sloan. Bar number is 36382.
Mr. Sloan, unmute yourself and tell us your name. You're muted, sir. You have to unmute yourself. Okay, for whatever reason, he's appeared. Oh, there you are. Tell us your name now, sir.
Cody Sloan.
Okay, I muted Mr. Sloan because I got tired of hearing him moan and stretch and yawn and all that good stuff. Anyway. Ms. Silver?
Yes, Judge, this is our motion to dismiss a complaint and warrant in this particular case. As the court knows, because I think you conducted the preliminary examination in this matter the first time around, this is an incident that's alleged to have occurred on August 2nd of 2007. Mr. Sloan has been in prison since that time. Shortly before, within a couple of years of his date of release, the people charged him with this particular offense on October 4th of 2022. What followed was more than a year of various court hearings and a trial date that was set probably a year before the trial was set to be conducted. At that time, well, a couple days before the jury trial date, Ms. Rozak filed or asked for us to come in early because she was not going to be prepared to proceed the following Monday. Ms. Rozak indicated that while there was in fact a witness list filed, there were a number of people that she needed to call in order to make the case and would not be prepared. She asked for an adjournment. The adjournment request was denied by Judge Chandra Baker based on the length of time that the trial had been set. Ms. Rozak, well, eventually Ms. Rozak dismissed the case because the judge wouldn't dismiss it. She was prepared to proceed. I was prepared to proceed. Ms. Rozak dismissed the case, because she wasn't really prepared to go. It's our position at this time. He was charged again a couple days later. It's our position that at this point in time, all of Mr. Sloan's rights to a speedy particular case have been violated by the people and their conduct in handling this matter. It's our position that his charges were not dropped in good faith, that we have a delay here of, even if you go along with the theory that, yeah, there is no statute of limitations and, the charges, it's fine to file them 15 years after the offense occurred. That's, all that. But in this particular instance, once they finally got going, which was truthfully a couple of years after they decided that Mr. Sloan was the perpetrator and should be charged, this is not a COVID delay. This was the people being unprepared to proceed, unwilling to proceed. It's our position that under the case law, a delay of around, and the prejudice intensifies over time. And here we have the people using the remedy that they have that nobody else has, frankly, when they're not ready to go. Well, we'll just dismiss and reissue. So it's our position. I mean, I can't do that. If I'm not ready to go, I can't say, oh, dismiss. How about a different day? I'm not ready. It's a remedy that only the people have. And they use it in situations like this when for one reason or another, they're not ready to go. And the fault for not being ready to go lies solely at the feet of the people and nobody else. And it's our position that this is a deliberate action on behalf of the people. I get Ms. Rozak wasn't the prosecutor initially, but it was her office. She's, it was her office that charged this case originally and, got us to the point where Ms. Rozak felt she couldn't proceed. So we're asking the court for the other reasons that I set forth in my motion to dismiss these charges.
Ms. Rozak.
Your Honor, I don't have much to add outside of my response. I believe that Ms. Silver is, her oral argument today has been based on her motion that she filed. And anything that I would say would be consistent with the response that I had. The biggest issue being that bad faith is really where that's kind of what I feel Ms. Silver is trying to indicate, is that there are all these factors that have to be considered in deciding whether or not there has been a violation of a speedy trial right. And the fact that the people dismissed the case or weren't ready to go based on the witnesses and the court wouldn't adjourn it, so the people dismissed it. It sounds like Ms. Silver is indicating that that is more in line with bad faith rather than anything else. And I would indicate that there is no bad faith on behalf of the people for reevaluating the witness list and realizing that the chain of custody situation with out-of-state witnesses was a problem and asking for an adjournment. I asked for a brief adjournment. The court wouldn't grant it, said that it wasn't good cause. And I indicated on the record prior to a dismissal that if the case were dismissed, I'd be reissuing immediately, in which the people did. We reissued the very next day. Also, with regard to the length of time for this case and whatnot, there was an issue back in 2007 when this incident happened where the DNA was sent out to a lab out of state. These are the witnesses that I was originally referring to when I asked for the adjournment. When the DNA was sent out to that lab, they did not get a match or have the ability at that time with the science to match the DNA that was recovered at that time. Later on, DNA had evolved and there was a new method of testing DNA, and that is when the Michigan State Police became involved, and he was matched through CODIS. As we know, CODIS is not a end-all be-all. You still have to go and get a DNA swab from the individual and then match the DNA swab from the new well, not the new DNA swab, but the DNA swab from the person to the actual evidence that was collected. The CODIS is not it's an investigative lead, not an actual match in the case. So once that was all done, the case was issued, is my understanding, based on the timeline of things. And I say that because I was not the original prosecutor on the case, and I'm not 100% sure exactly what roles were played with regard to the delay in charging the defendant once they realized the CODIS match. But I do know that once they got the CODIS match, they got a search warrant for the defendant's DNA, and the Michigan State Police lab results came back. The defendant was charged within a week or two, I believe.
All right.
I'm sorry.
CODIS.
I do want to just add something that Ms. Rozak is incorrect. That once they got the CODIS hit, they went to see Mr. Sloan in the MDOC, and that was in, I want to say, 2018 or 2019. So they had a match. They sat on it then. They didn't charge him for a couple of years until after that point. So they have done nothing but sit on this and sit on this and sit on this. And I get that the case wasn't ready to go, but that is not the defendant's fault. The people had a year to figure out who they needed to make their case. And they sat on it and did nothing. So now he's back in the MDOC. starting all over again because the people use this kind of method as a matter of correcting the mistakes that they make. We can just dismiss and reissue. I'm done. Sorry.
So this is an unusual motion to be brought before the court, for this court. That doesn't mean this court has have jurisdiction. I can rule on any alleged violation of constitutional rights. This constitutional rights for speedy trial is within this court's purview. The burning question I have is if people acted in bad faith in dismissing the charge, then reissuing the next day because they were not ready. They had asked for an adjournment, which was denied by a circuit court judge. And that was her prerogative to deny such a request, given that the case had been pending for a year before it got to trial. I'm not going to be the Monday morning quarterback, armchair quarterback, and say a past judgment on the judge's decision and not adjourning just a couple of weeks after they've been waiting for a year. It's a matter of resolve. So what choices did people have at the time? They could have proceeded the trial knowing very well that they could establish a chain of custody in the case would have been dismissed. They get one crack at it. Because once there's a not guilty, you can't come back and try them again and say, well, you have everything now. So people was that responsible they were asking for an adjournment. Unfortunately for her, unfortunately for the people, that request was denied. And so rather than torpedo the whole case and let the case just fall by the wayside, they moved to dismiss the matter. And unfortunately, that until it started all over. I doubt very seriously that it's going to take another year for this matter to be resolved. Okay. But I don't know. I don't control the documents over there at a certain point. But I'm not prepared to say that the people acted in bad faith in reissuing the warrant, dismissing and reissuing the warrant. That being the case, the court is going to deny the motion to dismiss the speedy trial. Now,
Thank you.
Do we have an exam date set?
We don't, Judge. I would ask the court to set it on Monday, February 5th at around 11.
Monday, February 5th.
I have another exam before you at 9, and I have an exam in front of somebody else at 10. Judge Giles at 10.
I can accommodate you. Monday, February 5th, you said at 11?
Yes, that would be perfect. Thank you.
All right.
He will
Monday,
need to
February 5th, 11 o'clock, file will be continued.
he will need to be written from the MDOC.
Okay. And where is
Thank you. I've given that information to your clerk. She knows.
Oh, you did. Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Mr. Woodyard.
I'm here, Judge. Good morning.
Are you here on record?
I am, yes, sir.
I thought you forgot about me.
You know, I was actually just down the hall from your courtroom, and then one thing led to another, and the life of the itinerant defense attorney. Sorry about that.
Ready on work.
2405-518801. Michigan versus D'Angelo Workman. Within this charge, in count one, homicide, murder, second degree. Count two, theft, felony fire. Count four, weapons. That's right, now, defendant has a
Appearances for the record, please. With a 45-minute drive. I don't have an 8 here for that.
Judge, it's a homicide. I don't know who, if there's a specially assigned APA. I have not spoken to them if there is.
All right. I haven't seen anyone.
The Register of Actions show of Tiana Livingston. I wonder, is that Tiana Walsh from back in the day?
I haven't seen Miss Walsh in forever.
Yeah, I think that's the same person.
Okay, I'm gonna have to come back to you. I'm not.
Okay. No trouble. I'm here.
Okay. Alondra Keys. Calling case 24-55018, people state of Michigan versus Alondra Maria Keys. It was charged with count one assault and count two domestic violence. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Briggs, the people, P number 60249.
Ronald People, P6897, on behalf of Shalondra Keys, who's here to my left. Please state your name for the record, Keys.
There's a date time set for preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I am not able to proceed at this time. You can take witness is not present. I do not.
Yes, this matter be dismissed.
So ordered. The court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Vigor here?
Yes, sir.
Oh, have him step in, please.
Okay, it's the prosecutor. Prosecutor. This is prosecutor's schedule.
Okay, you can still step in.
Okay.
And you want me or my client as well? Client as well?
Say that again.
Should I get my client as well?
Yes.
Okay.
issue one. Danny Lamont Jackson.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Calling case 2360595. People of the state of Michigan versus Danny Lamont Jackson. Defendant is charged with count 1, criminal sexual conduct, first degree personal injury. Count 2, criminal sexual conduct, third degree person, 13 through 15. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Moore on behalf of the people of P84724.
Good morning, Honorable Police Court, Tyrone Baker, Jackson, is present to my left, 62647.
Tell me your name for the record, sir. Jackson. There's the date, time set for preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, sir. When the people are prepared to proceed today, I do have the victim case, the one witness that I've been calling, previously sent over a pre-vacant state police labs that I intend to use to defense counsel.
That is correct, Your Honor. However, I am asking the court, on behalf of Mr. Jackson, asking for a competency referral on behalf of Mr. Jackson. I had a prior conversation with Mr. Jackson. However, we had an additional extended conversation yesterday. I also spoke with members of his family. It's become very apparent to me that it's in Mr. Jackson's best interest to justice it. Or to order Mr. Jackson to have a competency or competency evaluation.
Court will refer the defendant to the forensic center for competency evaluation. We'll set the due date for April 19th at 8:30.
That'd be fine, Your Honor. I've explained to Mr. Jackson that the center will be contacting me and the state was contacted, which he has up to this point.
Sir, I'm sorry, can you get another date? I am out of the state. Either the week before or the week after, of course.
April 22nd. Court probably won't be ready anyway. April 22nd.
April 22nd. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Judge, I'm sorry to interrupt again.
Yes,
I wonder, would it be possible, I've been treading water in 3 separate courts and now suddenly 4, including yours, and now suddenly the other 3 are calling me. And I know this is my fault because I was late. Could we bump this over to Monday possibly, this probable cause conference for Mr. Workman? And I can line up a prosecutor and make sure that they know to attend?
Okay, sounds like a plan. Let's do it.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much. And I trust Mr. Workman is not in the courtroom. I think he's in custody.
Let me recall it real quick. Recalling 240551880 versus D'Angelo Workman. Matter scheduled for a probable cause conference.
Judge, yes, good morning. Michael Woodyard on behalf of Mr. Workman. My P number is 64612.
So there is no prosecuting attorney that appeared on behalf of the people on this case. The court is inclined to adjourn this matter to Monday, January 22nd at 8:30. Adjourn the probable cause conference to that date so we can get all our business lined up.
Judge, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Have a great weekend, you and your staff.
Mr. Gagnon here. Mr. Gagnon is here. He wants to- I was in the hallway with my phone looking for my clients. Good luck. No, which is surprising. I don't know, you usually don't have those kind of problems. He was in good contact with me throughout, so I'm surprised. Okay. Calling case 2360532 for the state of Michigan versus Dante Maurice Richard King. Pending is charged in count 1 assault with intent to be raped by the department of murder or by strangulation. Count 2 domestic violence. Brian Gagnon, sir, neighborhood defender service 264220 with Mr. King. Introduce yourself. Dante King. Oh, he's here. Okay. There's the date time set for premier examination. Are you ready to proceed?
Right, not able to proceed at this time. Please, but it was notified today, the date time for the hearing. She is not present. I cannot see the property.
How about that? You go from failure to appear to dismiss.
And yeah, would the court please dismiss without prejudice?
So order, court will dismiss this matter without prejudice. I need a dismissal order. Yes, and you shall receive. Ms. Griffin.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning. What are you here on?
I'm here with Mr. Perlman. We have an exam set for Monday that we're having some issues with because Mr. Perlman was just he was just retained, and I'm having some issues tracking the complainant.
I'm sorry, say that again.
We have an exam on Monday, Leo Reyes. Mr. Perlman and I are here, I guess, simply just to request an adjournment.
Why?
Judge, I was just retained on the matter, and I'm awaiting discovery, and I have a jury trial scheduled for Monday, and I was just retained yesterday. I haven't received any discovery yet.
Let me ask you a crazy question. Why would you take the case knowing that you didn't have discovery and the exam is set for Monday?
Judge, well, because I assumed that perhaps the court would accommodate, given the fact that I don't have the discovery yet, and the prosecutor was in agreement for an adjournment. And, given the seriousness of the case. Pardon me?
You should probably never assume anything, especially since you know me well enough to know how to test adjournments.
I understand, Judge. I do have a jury trial scheduled in Frank Murphy before Judge Anderson, beginning this Monday morning.
How long do you think it'll last?
Probably, I would guess 3 days. And I'm gonna be out of town until
Mr. Perlman, you're not scoring any points.
My apologies, Judge. I have a family vacation for, I'll be back the 30th, so I'll be gone from the 26th through
So
the
you want
30th.
me to put it over for another 2 weeks?
If you could, Judge.
That's not gonna happen, Mr. Perlman. When do you leave town?
I leave town a Thursday night and be returning Tuesday night, 30th. The
Your client in custody?
He is in custody. The first or the second would work.
What's wrong with 31st? You come in on the 30th.
I have I have a CPS trial currently scheduled for the 31st.
Who is the attorney that's assigned to this case, Ms. Rickman?
Who was the attorney?
Yes.
It was Mr. Bickert.
I'm not so sure you can do this case, Mr. Perlman.
Well, Judge, I mean, if necessary, I can have I mean, I would just need that adjournment, or if necessary, if the court's requiring, I can have a colleague cover it, a competent colleague that would on Monday.
Sounds like that may be your best bet. I was willing to accommodate you on the 31st, but you can't do that either.
Judge, if I may, as it relates to the 22nd, I did just learn that the victim at least was and may still be in Oakland County Children's Village. I am trying to follow up on if she's still there. I just learned that this morning. I'm not sure how long it would take if she is there to get her. If that requires a writ of some sort, I'm kind of unfamiliar with the process of doing that.
We have to get them out of juvenile jail. I'm sure we would. It would take 2 weeks.
Should be short.
I can't hear you.
Yeah, I think they are still requiring 2 weeks, but you'll probably be able to get it shorter to the village over time.
If necessary, Judge, I can the 31st would likely work for me.
I'll give you February 2nd. But no excuses on either side. If people are not ready, the case will be dismissed.
Judge, what time on?
Great, that's going to be February 2nd at 10 o'clock.
Thank you, Judge.
Let me
Thank
call
you,
that
Judge.
case. Just send me a stipulated order adjourning into February 2nd at 10 o'clock. Hello?
Okay. I think, yes, I think Mr. Perlman has one ready, and I don't mind if Mr. Perlman signs my name to that.
Will do.
Thank you so much, Judge, and thank you, Mr. Perlman.
Thank you, Judge.
Hamilton.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, did the court need to go on the record or we all set?
No, we're going to send over a stipulated order.
Very good. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Calling case 2455031, people of the state of Michigan versus Akil Hamilton. Defendant is charged with count 1 assault with intent to great bodily harm, murder, or by strangulation. Count 2 domestic violence. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Draper, people, number 60249.
And good morning, Your Honor. May it please this honorable court, Rudy Young, P44626, appearing on behalf of Mr. Will Hamilton, who's also present. Sir, would you say your name for the judge, please?
Hi, Your Honor. My name is Akil Hamilton. It is the date and time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I'm not able to proceed at this time. The completing witness was notified today that after the hearing, she is not present. I cannot proceed without her testimony today.
At this time, Your Honor, we'll move for dismissal without prejudice.
So for the court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, thank you.
Yes. Yes. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Right, I mean, you're on board. You know where my applicant
Mr. McRipley. Mr. McRipley, are you there? Mr. McRipley?
Hey, good morning, Judge King.
Good morning. You ready on evolution?
Yes.
Calling case 2455030, for the state of Michigan versus Haley Angel Alvolution. Defendant is charged with count 1 assault with intent to great bodily harm, listed murder by strangulation. Count 2 domestic violence. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor, Shelley, people, number 60249.
And good morning, Judge King. G. Whitney Mac Ripley on behalf of the defendant.
Where is the defendant?
Got it, she's right.
Oh. You're Haley Alvolution. Okay. Tell me your name for the record. Today's date time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I'm not able to proceed at this time. The complainant was notified today's date time for the hearing. He is not present. I cannot see without testimony.
And I ask that the court consider dismissing this matter without prejudice, Your Honor.
So ordered. The court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Take care, Ms. Train. I'll talk to you later, Mr. Appalucci. Oh. Hey, hold on a second. Hey, Judge, can I talk to you about an unrelated matter?
Yes, sir.
I have a case coming up for review of competency. I need to withdraw on. I was wondering, he's in the Wayne County Jail. Do I need to reschedule it, or do I need to precipitate it up for a motion, or I wanted him to get a new attorney as soon as possible?
Why is that?
I'm about to have my hip surgery. I'm about to be out for 90 days.
When is the surgery?
It's February 12th.
We'll get you in well before February 12th.
We haven't had review date is and I don't know how MIDC works too. I was just I don't even see it. Let's see. Oh, it's on the 15th. That's the day of the surgery. I didn't want to have MIDC on the hook at the last minute.
Okay. Work it up, and then we can get him on the line. Let him know what's going on as well.
I'm doing your court next Tuesday. Can we do it then? That give you enough time?
Today.
You wanna do it today?
And I said next Tuesday is gonna be a crazy day.
Oh, okay.
Do we have a report back?
No, we don't. But he did complete an interview though.
All right.
How the court wants to proceed?
Go ahead and file a motion and I'll get the defendant here and we'll go from there.
Okay. Thank you, Aaron. Guys, take care.
You too. Yes. Okay, yeah, please, yeah.
Underwood, the waiver.
Calling case 2360582, the state of Michigan versus Anthony Gerard Underwood. Finished charge of count 1, weapons, firearms, possession by felon. Count 2, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 3 and 4, felony firearm. Count 5, domestic violence. Kenneth has a conviction for the second place.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sheriff Green, the people, P number 6024. Good morning, City and the P 84839. Here on conference,
This date, time, set for preliminary examination, counsel.
Your Honor, at this time,
Raise your right hand, sir. Swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you, sir. You understand you have a statutory right to have a preliminary examination. I believe you the same. That means you won't have one if you file one to the common court circuit court as a state charge. You understand the nature and the purpose of the preliminary examination? You sure? If you don't, I'll explain it to you. You understand? Yeah. If you were to have one, the prosecution would have to establish a crime charged with was committed in the city of Detroit that was probably caused to be committed. You understand that? Is anyone forcing you to waive your right? No. Is anyone promising you? No. Are you waiving your right freely and voluntarily? Yes. The objection from the people? Objection. Court finds defendant's waiver is made knowingly and voluntarily freely. Therefore, finding the local Wayne County Third Circuit Court criminal division from proceedings is arraignment on the information date and time of February 2nd, 2024, 9 o'clock a.m.
Your Honor, can you address that matter? Currently, Mr. Underwood is on home confinement. It does allow him to go to work. However, he is living by himself. So outside of work schedule, he isn't allowed to go pick up groceries, get a haircut, to go to work, arrange anything outside of that. Additionally, he just had car troubles and he would like to be able to take his car to the shop, things of that nature. You guys said that you get a study be removed in the alternative. The court is not inclined to grant that request. We guys have curfew hours be extended right now. It's 6:30 a.m. I believe. only his work together, so we ask that he is good to them or let them allow them
People,
I'm not objecting to subdivision.
so I'll relax the house arrest, but the tether will remain in effect. No contact with the plaintiff witness.
Understood, Your Honor. Thank you.
Prepared orders got effective sentences.
These are blank forms. I'm gonna call
Mr. Davis, how you doing? All right, ready on board? Yes.
Next, sir. Just for a minute.
First, Mr. Moore.
Right there.
You ready for it?
Prosecutor, not back there.
Oh. Hey, now.
Sit next to you, Laura.
Calling case 2455051, people of state of Michigan versus Ernest Knight Moore. Defendant is charged with count 1, criminal sexual conduct, first degree during felony. Count 2, unlawful imprisonment. Count 3, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 4, assault with a dangerous weapon. Defendant has an original offender for defense code, is mandatory 25-year sentence. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Judy, 6024.
Good morning, Your Honor. Restate this P76203, appearing with Ernest Moore, which is present in love. State your name, Mr. Moore.
There's a date and time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Yeah.
I realize that this matter was set at 11:30, it's now 11:40. I would just ask for 2 more minutes. The complainant was contacted. She said that she was going to be here, but she is not here yet. I just asked for a few more minutes.
All right, given the weather conditions for right now. Ms. Drain? Ms. Drain?
Yes, sir.
Have you tried to reach him before?
Yes, Judge. Officer in charge of funding fee tried to reach her to, she is not able.
Let's go ahead and call this. Yeah, thank you, sir. All right.
Hold on a second, hold on. If you, that's all I see, that's all I see.
Recalling 2455051 versus Ernest Diamond Board. Defendant again is charged with count 1, criminal sexual conduct, first degree, count 2, unlawful imprisonment, count 3, assault, protected great bodily harm, less than murder by strangulation, count 4, assault, protected to weapon, protected as an original offending purpose, fiscal is mandatory 25 years sentence. Variances for the record.
Your Honor, Shelley Jane for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor, Bruce Davis, P 76203, tomorrow.
Tell me your name, sir. Tomorrow. Next day, time set for preliminary examination, we ask me, still waiting on the witness to arrive. Is the witness arrive?
No, Your Honor, the witness has not arrived. Your Honor, the reason that I asked for more time was because the complainant was aware of the court hearing that she said she was going to appear. This is the officer in charge of the case. He spoke with her yesterday and she said that she was going to appear. These are very serious charges. She was served with a subpoena. She was supposed to be here. I anticipated that she would be here. Since she is not here, Your Honor, normally I know that we are dismissed, but because of the serious nature of these charges, I am going to ask for the adjournment and for the witness.
Davis?
Yes, Judge, I'm vehemently objecting to the type of adjournment. This, my client has a right to have a food exam within this recommendation. I said, my client has a right to have a food exam within 21 days from the arraignment. We are still within that period, does not waive that right. I'm asking the court to dismiss. The prosecution is not ready to proceed. They want you to follow the option of asking this court.
Given the fact that the prosecution had no idea that the plaintiff witness was not going to appear, and they are seeking a witness detained before the time it comes to adjourn, I'll give them a limited period of time to secure that witness. Bring that witness here. So court finds because for the attorney matter to Mr. Davis, I return to January 24th at 11 o'clock.
Support amendment.
January 26th at 10:30.
What time?
I'm sorry.
On the 24th, what time did you have?
The 24th was at 11 o'clock. Let's read it. January 24th at 11 o'clock. Mr. Upshaw here?
Not sure, Judge.
Sorry.
Coming down.
Oh. Mr. Upshaw. How you doing today? Doing all right. The attorney told me about something I found a little disturbing.
Yeah,
You okay? You sure you're into this?
Yeah, I'm good.
I can know.
I appreciate you.
I had no idea.
Yeah, you know, it was a two-pronged thing. I thought it was gonna happen last month. They had predicted it last month. All of a sudden she came home, started talking to me.
Oh, wow.
And like 3 or 4 days later, I mean, she was home for 28 days, 30 days. And all of a sudden, it snapped back on, she was asleep. That gave us preparation.
Thank you, sir. I have an APA here on board.
Yes, sir. He's in the room.
Ms. Wilmot, you ready?
Yes.
On case 2360592, State of Michigan versus Dominic Devon Ford. Been in discharge with count 1 criminal sexual conduct 33 person 13 through 15. Count 2 criminal sexual conduct 33 person 13 through 15. Count 3 criminal sexual conduct 4 through victim 13 through 15. Count 4 criminal sexual conduct 4 through victim 13 through 15. Count 5 alcohol selling furnishing and light. Harris's photograph.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Erin Wilmot, 82085, appearing on behalf of the people.
Randall Upshaw, people of 43574. Your name and representative to your judge. This date time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
The people are prepared to proceed, Your Honor.
How many witnesses are you calling?
1.
We ready? All right, call your witness.
The people call, I'm sorry. First and foremost, 2 preliminary matters. The people would ask for a mutual order of sequestration with the exception of our officer in charge, Officer Brittany Williams. I do see someone in the courtroom. I don't know if they're associated with this case, but.
Who are you, ma'am?
I'm Dominique's mom.
Okay, you're not a witness, are you? Okay.
I don't believe so.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen out there in YouTube land, if you are a witness or potential witness and ordering you to log off at this time, there appears to be no other witnesses in the court when you have exceptions to your officer in charge of the case.
Yes, thank you.
Any objection, Mr. Upshaw? All right, call your witness.
The second preliminary matter is this is a 15-year-old female who will be testifying as to allegations of criminal sexual conduct. We would just ask the court to take appropriate measures to protect her privacy and her identity.
Okay.
Thank you.
Please step forward, give the name, the spelling of your name to the young lady seated there. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness box right next to me. Your voice is nice and loud and speak into that microphone and be to your left when you sit down. In fact, you can pick that up off the stand and set it in your lap so you can speak directly into that voice. You may begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Okay, that is a little louder than that. Let's try again. Good afternoon. Hi. Can you please tell me your name? For purposes of the exam, can I just call you Saya? What's your date of birth?
5/13/01.
So that would make you 15 years old today?
Yes.
Saya, do you know someone by the name of Dominic Fortin?
Yes.
Can you tell me how you know a person by the name of Dominic Fortin?
He dated my mom.
You what?
He dated my mom.
Can you tell me what your mom's name is?
Sure, do you
Do you know how to spell that for the court reporter?
THARYENCIA.
And then Freeman.
FREEMAN.
Thank you. How old were you when you first met Dominic Fortin?
13.
How long was your mom in a dating relationship with Dominic Fortin?
2 years.
Did you ever reside in the same house as Dominic Fortin?
No.
I'm going to ask you to briefly look around the courtroom for me. And can you tell me, do you see that person by the name of Dominic Fortin in the courtroom today?
Yeah.
Can you please point to that person and describe something that they're wearing?
A black coat.
Can you point, please? And is there anything distinctive with his hair?
No problem.
I don't think it's leaving. Is there? I'm sorry?
Okay, ponytail.
Oh, thank you. Your Honor, please let the record reflect this witness has identified the defendant, Dominic Courtney.
So,
Thank you. So I want to direct your attention back to June of 2023. Did something happen with Dominic Courtney that really made you have to come here to court today?
Yes.
Did something happen one time or more than one time?
More than once.
Where were you when something happened?
His house.
And when you say his, or who are we talking about?
Dominic.
At that time back in June of 2023, do you recall what street Dominic lived on?
Longview.
What city is that in?
New York.
Have you been to that house before?
Yes.
Did Dominic live in that house by himself?
With a roommate.
Do you recall his roommate's name?
Dre.
So on that date that you went over to Dominic's house when something happened, do you recall what time of day you went over to the house?
I like 11, 12.
Was there a reason that you were over at Dominic's house that day?
I got in trouble with my mom.
So was it common for you to go to Dominic's house when you got in trouble with your mom?
Yes.
Did you maintain a relationship with Dominic after the dating relationship between he and your mom ended?
Yes.
What did you think of Dominic as?
That's not that.
So you get over to the house. Who is let me give you a second, okay? Tell me when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Just let me know if you need another little break. So when you get over to the house that day, who was at the house?
Dominic and Dre.
What do you do when you get over to the house?
Remember the porch.
And did you stay at the house all day that day?
Yes.
What were you doing during that day?
I just laid on the couch.
And where was Dominic during that day?
Work.
Do you recall what time you went to work?
As soon as I got there.
Do you remember when Dominic got done with work?
I like 12
Would that be 12 as in
a.m.
midnight?
a.m.
Okay. When Dominic got home from work, where were you in the house?
On the couch.
What do you remember happening when you got home?
Making me up to do.
When you say drink, what were you drinking?
Luna.
I'm sorry?
Luna.
Luna what?
Luna.
Okay, I'm not sure what that is. What type of beverage is that?
A liquor.
Who was drinking that liquor?
Me, Dominic, Dre, and Brittany.
Who was Brittany?
Dre's girlfriend.
How was the liquor being, how were you drinking the liquor?
With lemonade.
Who gave you the liquor?
Dominic.
Who mixed the liquor with lemonade for you?
Dominic.
So you guys are having some drinks. What do you remember happening next?
He took me to get food.
Where did you go to get food? Did, who went to go get food? Was it just you and Dominic, or were other people with you?
Just me and Dominic.
After you go and get food, where do you go?
Just back to his house.
When you get back to the house, where do you go in the house?
The living room.
What are you doing in the living room? Eating. How are you feeling at this point?
Tired.
So when you're done eating, what do you do?
We went to lay down.
Where did you go to lay down?
His room.
This is just so that there's no guessing when you say his, who are you talking about?
He was that.
When you say his room, whose room are we talking about?
Dominic.
Thank you for clarifying. This house, on Longview Street, can you, tell me how many levels the house has?
3.
What level is Dominic's room on?
Yeah, middle level.
That middle level, would that be the same level that had the living room or something different?
The same.
Where are you at in Dominic's bedroom? And what are you doing?
Sleeping.
So what do you remember happening next?
He came around and started touching me.
And when you say he started touching you, does that involve a body part?
Yes.
What body part does that involve? What part of Dominic's body was he using to touch your vagina? Was that over your clothing or under your clothing?
Over.
Were Dominic's hands staying still, moving, or something different?
Moving.
What do you think next time?
While this happening.
Did you say anything to Dominic?
No.
What do you do?
He started running.
Did Dominic say anything to you?
He told me not to tell him why.
So after you're woken up with the touching of your vagina, what happens next?
He took my hands off.
When you say he took your hands off, who was he?
Dominic.
What part of Dominic's body did he use to take your hands off?
His hands.
Were you wearing anything underneath your pants?
My underwear.
And did your underwear stay on or something different?
He took me off with my pants.
So they came off together?
Yes.
What happened after Dominic removed your pants and underwear?
He put a condom on.
I'm sorry to hear you.
He put a condom on. He put it in.
When you say he, are we talking about?
Dominic.
And when you say Dominic, what's it and what is it?
His penis.
Where did Dominic put his penis?
In my vagina.
And when Dominic put his penis in your vagina, was his body staying still, moving, something different?
Moving.
What's going on in your mind at this time?
Why is it happening?
Did something happen that caused Dominic to stop?
He finished.
After Dominic finished, did he say anything to you?
He told me not to tell my mom or he'll get in trouble.
Or that what?
He would get in trouble.
So after Dominic finished, did he stay in the room?
He went to the bathroom.
What did you do?
I laid down.
And then did you stay in the room?
When he got out of the bathroom, I went to the bathroom.
How was your body feeling at this time?
He heard it.
Did you notice anything about your body?
I was bleeding.
I didn't do that.
I was bleeding.
So did you use the bathroom?
Yes.
After you used the bathroom, what did you do?
I'm back in the room.
When you went back in the room, what did you do?
Wait, now.
And then when I asked you a question earlier, I asked you, did something happen one time or more than one time? And you had said more than one time. Can you tell me, the other time that something happened?
The next day.
So I'm sorry, I just want to back up. So the first time that we just went through, do you remember what time of day that happened?
5 a.m.
So just the timeline you testified, you got home from work, Dominic got home from work at about 12 a.m.
Yes.
And there was some drinking. And then this happened at 5 a.m.
Yes.
Did I get the timing right?
Yes.
So you say the next day something happened.
Yes.
So did you stay at Dominic's house throughout that next day?
Yes.
What time of day was it that something happened again?
The same time.
Around the same time in the morning? And what room were you in when something happened again?
This room.
At the time that something happened, what were you doing before something happened?
Sleeping.
Was there any drinking that occurred that night or morning?
No.
So you're sleeping. When you went to sleep that second time, was Dominic in the room when you went to sleep?
Yes.
So you're sleeping. What do you remember happening next?
And touching me again.
When you say touching you again, who was him?
Dominic.
And what part of your body was Dominic touching? What part of Dominic's body was he using to touch your vagina?
Yes.
Was this over or under your clothing?
This part is like
When this time that Dominic touched your vagina with his hand under your clothing, was his hand staying still, moving, something different?
moving.
Did you say anything at all at this point?
No.
How were you feeling? After Dominic was touching your vagina again, what happened after that? And I just want to back up when you said that Dominic was touching underneath your clothing, your vagina underneath your clothing. Was your clothing still on?
No, it was off.
Okay. How did your clothing get off?
He took it off.
And just to clarify, when we say he, we're talking about.
Dominic.
So after Dominic touched your vagina, what happened next?
He put his hands on.
So when you say he,
Dominic.
and then you said he put his penis in you, what part of your body did he put his penis in? And was this the same as it had happened before?
Yes.
Did something cause him to stop this time?
He finished.
And after Dominic finished, what did he do?
He laid down.
So he laid down this time?
Yes.
Stayed in the room?
Yes.
What did you do?
I went to the bathroom.
Did Dominic say anything to you after this second time?
He just kept telling me not to tell my mom all the places.
During the time that you were over at Dominic's house on Longview Street when these things happened to you, did you ever go to anybody else's house?
No. We went to his house for shower.
When you say his house, who's he?
Dominic.
So did he have two houses?
Yes.
Where was the other house located?
I don't
If you
know.
remember. Thank you for not guessing. When you went over to Dominic's other house, was there anybody over there that day?
His girlfriend's son.
Do you remember his girlfriend, Dominic's girlfriend's name?
Angie.
So do you eventually go home?
Yes.
How do you get home?
He took me home.
And when we say he,
Dominic.
just want to make sure that the record is clear. When you get home, what do you do?
But told my ex that I didn't.
What is the name of your ex?
Marshawn.
How was it that you told Marshawn what happened?
I texted him.
Did you text him just on regular text or social media? Or was it- what social media platform?
Instagram.
Did you tell your mom right away?
No.
Why didn't you tell your mom right away?
I don't know if she will believe me.
I just want to show you what's been marked as controls 1, 2, and 3. I can always make copies for you too. Yeah. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Any more questions, okay? For me at least. I'm going to show you what's been marked as.
Excuse me, is there a reason before you show, is there a question? Just understand, instead of just showing her something.
Oh, no, I'm just saying, I'm showing her what's been marked as people's proposed 1, 2, and 3, and then a basic foundation. Okay, so I'm handing you and showing you what's been marked as people's proposed exhibit 1, 2, and 3. Can you take a look at all 3 of those pages? Say, do you recognize what I just, the pages I just handed to you?
Yes.
Can you tell me what those pages are?
Me told my ex what happened.
You testified about some Instagram messages.
Yes.
What are those messages?
Instagram messages.
And your the username that you're speaking to is who?
Marshawn.
And is that a true and accurate?
I would ask that you take the exhibits back and ask her questions. So we don't know, she just reading from the exhibit and she has personal knowledge.
Sure. And do you recall, you said, I just want to make sure your testimony is clear. When did you first message Marshawn on Instagram? And people's proposed exhibit 1, 2, and 3. Is this a true and accurate depiction and representation of the conversation you had with Marshawn about what happened with Dominic?
Yes.
Move to admit people's 1, 2, and 3.
Objection, hearsay, Judge. First of all, those are copies of a copy of something else. 2, Marshawn's statements on there, unless he's testifying on the chance to cross-examine him. He has statements on there. We have a constitutional right to attend.
Marshawn?
Ex-boyfriend.
So how would this statement's not this?
Well, his statements are, I don't disagree with that. I could have redacted those out, I suppose.
Furthermore, she had a conversation, she says something, she said it would testify to what she said, but just can't testify to what he said, so there's no reason for her reading the report unless she can't remember.
Can you just tell me what you told Marshawn about what happened?
I told him that I was a birthday.
Did you provide any other details to him about what happened?
I told him that he was drinking.
I didn't hear you, I'm sorry.
I told them that we were drinking.
Did you happen to mention to Marshawn what you consider dominant as? So you said you didn't tell your mom right away? Did your mom eventually come to you about something?
Yes.
And we can't talk about what your mom said, but do you remember when your mom came to you?
Yes.
When was that?
Like, a month later.
That time, did you tell your mom what happened?
No.
Did you eventually tell your mom what happened?
Yes.
When was that?
But I had ran away.
And what did your mom do?
So the police.
That's all I have to do right now.
Cross-exam.
Judge Logan, just 1 second, I just want to see who these individuals are that came in the courtroom. I'm Tiana, I'm her aunt. Okay. This is my daughter.
If you have potential witnesses, there's a possibility that you may be a witness. And I'm going to ask you to step into the hallway and take further notes.
They're not witnesses, my understanding in any capacity. I just wanted to be safe.
All right.
Thank you.
Ms. Logan. You made a police report on this matter, correct?
Yes.
You talked to the police about this matter, correct?
Yes.
You talked to your mom about this matter at some subsequent time, correct?
Yes.
You talked to Marshawn about this matter, correct?
Yes.
And you talked on to the social worker on what they talked about with kids, correct?
Yes.
You told the police that this happened on June 23rd, 2023, is that correct?
Yes.
And on June 23rd, 2023, what, you said you were over Mr. Gordon's home, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you know what street that is on?
Longview.
Longview. And you said, what time did you go on to Longview? What time did you?
12
AM or PM, in the morning or night?
AM.
So you went on Longview 11 to 12 o'clock midnight,
AM.
in the middle part of the day, like afternoon?
Yes.
Okay, so when you went to Longview at noon on the 23rd, who was there?
Dominic and Gray.
Dominic Dre, anyone else?
No.
Okay, and you stayed on Longview for how many days?
2 days.
2 days. And during that 2 days, the first night on the 23rd, when is it that you stated that Dominique started touching you? Roughly what time?
It was the 21st and the 22nd of the third. The 23rd is when I told my ex.
You did it on the 21st and the 22nd?
Yes.
Did you ever tell the police it was on the 21st?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so you told the police that this happened on the 21st and the 22nd of June, 2023, correct?
Yes.
When did you tell the police that?
When I was at the hospital.
Okay, and you had, when you made other statements, you never told the prosecutor it was on the 21st and the 22nd, correct?
Correct.
And she showed you this photograph of your phone where you was talking on the June 23rd, correct?
Correct.
And that's the first time you realized when she showed you this photograph, you looked at the top, you seen June 23rd, correct?
Well, I already knew the date.
Okay, but you never before told the prosecutor that it happened on June 21st and June 22nd, did you?
No.
You never told the police that it happened on June 21st and June 22nd, correct?
You
You told the police? Did you write it down and did the police officers write it down the date? I'm assuming when you talk to police, they was writing things down, correct?
Correct.
And whatever date you told the police, they wrote it down, correct?
Correct.
So you weren't even with Dominic on the 23rd, is that correct? June 23rd.
That morning.
Okay. How are you now aware that, did you see anything to remind you that it was June 21st instead of June 23rd? Have you read anything or seen anything that made you state that it was the 21st and 22nd?
No.
How do you know it was on the 21st?
Because I know the dates.
How do you remember 8 months later that it was June 21st? You don't remember? When, since you never told, and Judge, when you was on Kids Talk, you didn't tell the young lady on Kids Talk, which is on video, it was June 21st, did you?
No.
You heard people constantly say it was on June 23rd, correct?
Right.
You never corrected him, did you?
No.
This June 21st, what day of the week was it? You don't remember? And on June 21st, when you went over to the house, Dominic's house, who was there on June 21st? Dominic and Dre. And you went up there about noon, in the middle of the day, noon, on the 21st, correct?
Yes.
And you stayed there till the next morning at least, correct?
Yes.
Now, were you drinking on the 21st?
Yes.
And who were you drinking with?
No.
Now, you earlier said Bridget was there.
Brittany was there.
Brittany? What's Brittany's last name?
I don't know.
Describe Brittany.
They did.
Roughly, how old?
Maybe I heard 30 or 20.
30 to 20. Okay. So now you just told that Brittany, when I asked you who all was there, you said Dre and Dominic. Now you're saying Brittany again was there, correct? When did Brittany get there?
When they got off work.
When they got off work. So, wait a minute. You got there at noon in the middle of the day, correct? Is that yes?
Correct.
And how long was Dominique there at noon?
Like an hour, and then he went to work.
Okay, so he was there from noon to maybe 1 p.m., correct?
Correct.
Then he left.
Correct.
When did he return?
Like 12 a.m.
12 midnight.
Yes.
Okay. Dre was there on the 21st at noon, correct?
Correct.
How long did he stay there?
Until 1.
To 1 o'clock?
Yes.
Did he and Dominique leave together?
Yes.
He and Dominique work together, correct?
Yes.
He and Dominique drive to work together, correct? And they come home together, correct?
Yes.
All right. So when Dominique and Dre left to go to work at 1 o'clock on the 21st, you were there all by yourself, correct?
Yes.
You were there until they came home. At what time after midnight that day?
Yes.
Where was this Brittany?
She got there when I came.
Okay, so Brittany came after the 2 young men came home from work, correct?
Yes.
You were asleep?
Yes.
Where?
On the couch.
You said you was drinking on the couch?
Yes.
Where did Brittany go? Did she ever leave?
They were outside
Outside where?
on the beach.
Did Brittany leave that night?
I'm not sure.
Where was Brittany the last time you seen her?
Outside.
Outside? Did you see what type of car Brittany drove?
No.
Can you tell me anything to help identify who this Brittany is?
No.
You ever seen her again? Since that date?
No.
And you knew she was outside when you pulled up, but you didn't see what type of car, color, or anything that she drove up in?
No.
You didn't see what kind of car or color, anything she drove away in?
No.
Did you see her when she left?
No.
How often do you drink?
Rarely.
What you call rarely?
Everybody. I don't.
Wait a minute. You don't drink?
No.
But you just told the judge you drink rarely. There's a big difference. Which one is correct?
I only drink when I'm dominant.
Okay, so how many times you been drinking with dominance?
It's like once or 3 times.
And that's what you call rarely?
Yes.
So before this, you never had any drinks?
No.
So what time did you go and get into the bed on the 21st?
Like 1.
1 o'clock. And what time did you say Dominic came and got in the bed?
Like an hour after.
An hour after. So now that's maybe somewhere, maybe about 2 o'clock
Yes.
a.m., correct?
Yes.
How do you know it was 2 o'clock a.m.?
I think that's all I have.
Were you watching TV when he came upstairs?
No, the TV was just on.
Now Dominique comes upstairs, you said about 2 o'clock, correct?
It wasn't upstairs, it was on the middle floor.
What's the middle floor?
The main floor. Or the living room.
Oh, like you have a basement, first floor and a second floor, correct?
Yes.
The bedroom was on the first floor, correct?
Yes.
Okay. He came into the bed at approximately 2 o'clock to your opinion, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you said you had sex with about 4 or 5 in the morning.
Yes.
So what was going on for those 2 or 3 hours?
I was sleeping.
You were asleep? And what was he doing?
I don't know.
Okay, so when he came up and got, did he come and get into the bed or he just came up and left?
He got to the bed.
But he didn't have sex with you during 2, 3, 4 o'clock, correct?
Right.
Right. Now you saying he had sex with you at about 5 o'clock, correct? On Long Street, on Longview. Okay, did you go back to sleep afterwards?
Yeah.
Okay, so after you had sex, you got up,
Yes.
and what did you do after that?
I went to the bathroom.
You went to the bathroom. And then what did you do after you left the bathroom?
I moved back down.
Back down in the bed.
Yes.
Now you had a phone, correct?
Yeah.
You didn't have a phone?
Yeah.
How did you get these phones 2 days later that when you were talking to my shop?
My mom let me use my phone when I got home.
So your mom wasn't allowing you to use the phone before then? Had you ran away?
I didn't run away. He came and got me from my
She put you out?
Yes.
Have you ever ran away?
Once after.
Has she ever put you out before?
No.
So when you got up at 5, what happened after that? You went to the bathroom, then what happened?
I laid back down
And then how long did you lay back down?
until he took me a couple hours and he took me to his new house to shower.
Okay, he took you to this new house, and that's on
Airport.
Alcoy. So what time roughly was it when he took you to this new house to shop?
I don't remember.
That's the young recollection.
Objection, Your Honor. I
Was-
want her to guess.
Okay, what I'm saying is it was before noon.
After.
Okay, so you stayed there to afternoon.
Yes.
Okay, was it 2 or 3 hours after noon?
I don't know.
You recall what anyone else was doing? Do you have any recollection of what time this was?
No,
Okay, and when you got to this new house on Alcoy, who was there?
Dominic, Angie, and her uncle.
And what was your purpose in going to the, on Alcoy?
To go to the move in the shower.
You went to the bathroom on Long Street, correct?
Yes.
Longview.
Yeah.
You didn't shower on Longview?
The hot water wasn't working.
So you didn't wash up anything on Longview?
No.
And then you went to Alcoy, where these other two people were located, were situated, correct?
Yes.
And you went there and took a shower.
Yes.
Did you tell any of these other two people what happened?
No.
Were you still crying?
Yes.
You were crying. So you walked into this house and you seen these people, Angie and her uncle, correct?
Yes.
And you're crying in front of them, correct?
Yes.
And didn't they ask you why were you crying?
No.
So after you get through crying, what do you do next?
I showered.
Then what happened next?
I sat on the living room floor.
You did what?
I sat on the living room floor.
And how long did you sit on the living room floor?
At least an hour.
And then what happened after that?
He gave me money.
And then what happened after that?
He took me home.
He took you home. So took you to your mom's house, correct?
Yes.
And then you went, did you tell your mom about anything?
No.
Were you crying in front of your mom?
No.
Why were you crying in front of these other people, but you weren't crying in front of your mom?
Because I just happened.
So you were crying in front of Angie and her uncle because it had just happened, correct?
Yes.
And 3 or 4 hours later, wait, you said about 2 hours later, when you get to your mom's house, you weren't crying no more because it had happened a long time ago.
My
Correct?
mom wasn't there when I got home.
Who was home when you got home?
Just my siblings.
Siblings older or younger?
That's why we got money.
I'm asking you, are your siblings older or younger than you?
Younger.
And what did you do? What was the next thing of relevance that happened that day?
Well, that's my ex.
Text your ex. And that's the text messages that the prosecutor just showed you, correct?
Yes.
Help me understand. You said you had sex with him on the 21st?
Yes.
So when was the second time that you had sex with him?
The next day.
On the 22nd?
Yes.
And then the day after that, you text your ex?
Yes.
When you had sex with him, at both times, was it on Longview?
Yes.
So if I understand you correctly, you had sex with him when Brittany and Dre was there on the 21st, correct?
Yes.
You got up and he had sex about 5 o'clock, and then you got up and went over to Alcoy to take a shower.
Yes.
And then you seen Angie and her uncle, correct?
Yes.
Then he took you to your mother's house, correct?
Actually, he took him back to his house.
So when you said after you seen Angie and her uncle, you told the judge in court earlier that he took you from there over to your mother's house, but now you're saying that he didn't take you over to your mother's house, but he took you back on Longview, correct?
Yes.
So what you said a minute ago was not correct, fair to say?
Yes.
All right. Now, on the 22nd, he took you back to Longview, correct? When he took you back to Longview, who was there?
Just him and Dre.
Just him and Dre. And what time was it when he took you back to Longview?
It was like 3 or 4.
PM?
Yes.
And how long, you stayed on Longview again to the very next night?
Yes.
And how long did Dominique stay there?
He went to work.
What time he went to work?
But
You have no idea.
no,
Was it around 1, 2, 3 PM?
I don't remember.
You don't remember. What time did Dre go to work?
They went to work at the same time.
Okay, but you don't, so anyway, how long were they there with you before they went to work?
At least 30 minutes.
At least 30 minutes. So, and you said you got there, what, about 12 noon? Right, so now they go to work. So you stay in that house all day by yourself? No one comes by? They, Dominic doesn't come home to what time? Do you have any estimate? Was it 8 p.m., 2 p.m., 1 a.m., which the closest time as you can remember?
It was before 9.
It was before night? It was still daylight? But I thought you said he had went to work.
He did, but he came home early.
Came home early. Did Dre come home with him?
Yes.
What happened when they came home?
Nothing.
Okay, now here's the point. You were mad at Dominique at that time, correct? You was upset and scared and crying when he had sex with you, correct? Why didn't you leave the house when he and Dre went to work? I didn't hear you.
I didn't know what to do.
But you had ample opportunity to just walk right on out the front door, correct?
Yes.
You could have walked somewhere, used somebody's neighbor's phone and called your mom or anyone to pick her up, correct?
Yes.
How far is your mom's house from where you were on Longview? 2 streets over. So during these times that you were sitting there on the second day of home, you could have just walked around the corner and went home, correct? But you chose not to do that, correct? Then you waited until Dominique came home that night. Oh, he came home in the daytime with his brother Drake, correct?
Yes.
And what happened when they came home? Any drinking?
No.
So what did you do all that day?
Watch TV.
You just stayed there and watched TV all that day?
Yes.
And then you decided to go to bed there again?
Yes.
Did you ever ask Dominique to take you home?
I asked him to use the phone to call my mom.
Okay. But why did you want to call your mom? Okay. And nothing had happened yet before you asked him to call, for the phone to call home, correct?
Yes.
Because you want to call your mom and tell her to come and get you, correct? And you know your mom was paid 2 blocks over, correct?
Yes.
So when he did he tell you no, you can't use my phone?
Yes.
Did you ask Dre to use his phone?
No.
And this was still daylight, as you said, correct?
Yes.
And what happened? And you stayed there until it was dark, correct?
Yes.
What was Dominique doing during this time?
Watching TV.
Did you ever go on the porch?
No.
You didn't even walk out and sit on the porch for a minute?
No.
What was Dre doing during this time?
I don't know.
Was he watching TV with Dominique?
No, I think he was upstairs.
And so you watched TV for how long until what happened next?
Until I went down.
Where did you lay down at?
Down the
Dominique's bed. So you were watching TV, was that the living room?
room.
So you was watching TV in his room, correct?
Yes.
And you laid down back down in his bed, correct?
Yes.
Was it daytime or nighttime? Then what happened? Okay, then what happened?
He started touching me.
What time did that happen?
Like 5 a.m.
5 o'clock in the morning. How do you know it was 5 o'clock in the morning?
I think that's how I went to TV.
TV still on?
Yes.
Okay, so you're looking at the screen and you see the time on the screen?
Yes.
All right, so he starts touching you, and I'm assuming you're gonna say he had sex with you after that about 5 in the morning?
Yes.
Then, were you crying?
Yes.
And you was crying and playing sleep at the same time, correct?
Yes.
That's the same thing you did the night before, you was crying and playing sleep at the same time, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so after he had sex with you, what happened next?
I was used for nothing today.
Okay, then what happened next?
I went back down.
Okay, you did not ever go try to tell Dominic, brother, anything or anything of that nature?
Yeah.
Did he ever see you crying?
Yeah.
All right, so you lay back down, how long, much time lapsed, or how much time were you laying down after the second ordeal?
What do you want to do? For the rest of the day?
Okay, and when did you get up out of bed? We took you straight home. And how much time was it, if you know, between the time that you had sex and the time that he took you home? When he took you home, he took you to your mom's house, correct? And were you crying at that point? You were crying. And when you seen your mom, you were crying. The mom wasn't there. So you were just crying off and on throughout the day. Is that fair to say? Now you're at home and your mother comes home, correct? Do you tell her what happened? Even though you have been crying for 2 days? Didn't tell her? And you said that Dre never seen you cry. And Brittany never seen you cry. Did you go, how many times did you go over on Alco? Just that one time? And each time you went over there on Alcoy, who was there? On Alcoy? Was Angie there? How many times did you see Angie? 4 times. And Angie was there quite a bit, correct? She was cleaning up and straightening up things and preparing the house, correct? And all this time when you were seeing Angie, you never told Angie what happened, did you? Angie never seen you crying. You never gave Angie a reason to believe you was upset about something, correct? Now, I know you went over to Alcoy after the first night. You went on Alcoy after the second night too? Just the first night? So when was the second, how many times, how were you seeing Angie the second time? I would like to add, you went to the doctor? Did they do a rape kit on you? So you and your mother was arguing quite a bit during this time, correct? She put you out a couple of times, correct? And you didn't really come home until after you told your mom that Dominique had raped you, correct? You came home and you told your mom this in November, is that correct? Somewhere in the police report, I thought I read that you said there was 2 friends downstairs. Do you remember that? Who was the 2 friends? Okay, you described them as 2 friends, correct? But you know Dre is his brother, correct?
Not biological.
Were you on any type of medication during this period? Were you on any type of therapy?
No.
Thank you, Your Honor. You redirect?
So few questions. So yeah, I just have a few questions. Okay. Just to follow up on a few things that Mr. Upshaw asked you about. Okay. Mr. Upshaw was asking you about the dates a lot, right? Can you tell me who was the person who made the initial report to the police? You wouldn't know what the mom said to the police, would you? No. And then there was some questions about your mom about that day. That day when your mom put you out, did she allow you to take your phone with you? No. When your mom put you out, whose idea was it for you to go to Dominic's house?
I'm gonna ask you a foundation when she speaks personal knowledge. She said first year.
Okay, so let me just follow up briefly. When your mom put you out, did you observe her make any phone calls? Yeah, she called him. Did you say him or talking about? You couldn't hear Dominic on the phone, could you? Yes. You could? Yeah. How could you hear him? He was on speaker. And could you hear what they were talking about? Yes. Based on their conversation, whose idea was it for you to go over the Dominic's house? And that's from what you could hear with your own ears? Yes. But I think that's sufficient foundation. I'm not asking exactly what they said. No, I just have. Thank you. There were also some questions that were asked of you of why you didn't just get up and go home. Was there a reason that you didn't want to go home?
Go ahead.
Was there a reason that you didn't want to go home? Had anything like this ever happened with Dominic before? No. And before the time that this happened with Dominic, how did you get along with him? Dominic do nice things for you? Yes. What type of nice things? He brought me stuff. Did you feel safe at Dominic's house before this happened? Yes. Can you tell me why you didn't tell Angie when you had a possible chance to? Because I didn't know her. And there was some questions about you possibly like running away or getting into it with your mom. Do you remember those questions? Yes. Did you say that this happened?
This is sound like it's a leading question.
I haven't finished the question and certainly isn't.
But it's, with all due respect, if you say, did you say, it has to have an answer. You can say
May I
what
finish
you
the question
said.
before a decision is made? Did you say that this happened with Dominic to get yourself out of any trouble? I don't think that's leading, Judge. Doesn't presuppose an answer. Did you say that this happened with Dominic to get yourself out of any trouble with your mother? No. Did anybody tell you what to come into court and say today? No. Did anybody tell you what to come into court and not say today? No. I have nothing to do. Thank you.
Wait to the honor. Go ahead. Based upon, before you took kids talk, you talked to your mom about kids talk, right?
Yes.
And after you took kids talk, she asked you, what did you say? And did you forget to say certain things? Isn't that correct?
No.
She did? You sure?
Yes.
She didn't ask you? When you came out of kids talk and talked to your mom, what questions did she ask you?
Just about okay.
Were you okay?
Yes.
Your mother didn't ask you after the kids talk? Did you tell them everything?
Yes, I told you. Yes.
She asked you that question, correct?
Yes.
So. And did you say, oh, it was one thing I forgot to tell her?
Yes.
So you and your mother did have conversations about what you said and what you forgot to say and what you should have said, correct?
Yes.
Why was your mother so angry with you that you thought it would be better to go and have sex somewhere else for 2 days as opposed to coming home?
I'm gonna object as to the way that was worded.
I'll reword it. You said you didn't want to go home because your mother was still mad at you, correct? What was it that she was mad at you about that made you not want to go home?
You know, I was breaking a lot of things.
Breaking. You felt she didn't want you to come home at that time, correct?
Yes.
Nothing. Thank you, you may say. You're all set. Any other witnesses on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor.
Any witnesses on behalf of the people? No, sir. People?
Your Honor, thank you. At this time, the people do move for bind over. We first would move to amend the date of incident to June 21st to June 22nd, 2023. And then we would move for bind over charges alleged in the complaint warrant. Mr. Thornton is charged with 2 counts of criminal sexual conduct in the 3rd degree, person 13 to 15, and 2 counts of criminal sexual conduct in the 4th degree, person 13 to 15, account of alcohol selling and furnishing to a minor, which is just a misdemeanor. The court did hear testimony from 15-year-old Saya Logan about this incidents of sexual contact that she told the court occurred at Mr. Thornton's house on Longview Street in Detroit, Michigan, back in June 2023, specifically the 21st and 22nd. She described for the court 2 specific occasions while she was staying at that house. Specifically, the first occasion where there was touching of her vagina with Mr. Thornton's hands over the clothing at this point, which was then preceded by Mr. Thornton taking off her pants and putting on a condom and putting his penis inside of his vagina. And then she described an incident that happened the next day, which was slightly similar, only the initial touching of her vagina was this time under the clothing, and she described all of this for the court. And then there was another incident of penis to genital opening penetration after that touching. We heard a lot from Saya Logan, and I submit to you that she is credible, that this was extremely traumatic for her. This was somebody that she cared about, respected. This was somebody that her mom would send her to when she got in trouble at home, someone she viewed as a stepfather. And this person that she trusted and felt safe with not only provided alcohol, but she was in that vulnerable state of this was an authority figure to her. She testified that she didn't tell her ex-boyfriend right away when she got home after this, and she didn't tell her mom for some time, and she explained to the court why. Based on the testimony, I think there certainly is probable cause to bind over on all of the charges, Your Honor. So we would again just move to bind over. I'm sorry?
You didn't amend it.
No, I didn't amend any of the charges, just the date of the incident.
Judge, it's a credibility issue.
It's a question of fact for the trial. In fact, the court after hearing the testimony of this young woman is satisfied that the verdict of probable cause as it relates to the charges contained in the complaint form. Court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finds probable cause to believe this to be committed. Committed will be found over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court. Further division of the proceedings is arraignment on the information, date and time will be February 2nd, 2024 at 9:00 a.m. Are there any issues as to bond?
Judge, no, there's no issues I'm gonna argue as to bond right now. I mean, District Court did show up to court, right? And that is the main purpose of bond. There was a concern that was brought to my attention, but at this time, I'm still investigating into it. I did advise Mr. Upshaw of the information that I learned, and I just want to make a brief record, but again, I can't say that Mr. Thornton had any hand in this at this time. But I was advised that last Wednesday, a male went to the home of the complainant and the complainant's mother, and this male was armed with a weapon that had an extended clip coming out of his pants. He identified himself as an investigator by the name of Ramon and was trying to get to the home to talk to the mother about the case on the defendant's behalf, is what was communicated. The mother of the complainant did call the police. I provided the CAD report to Mr. Upshaw. I don't have a report. My officer in charge, Officer Williams, did contact the 9th Precinct to attempt to get a report, and there wasn't one available yet. So obviously that was concerning to me. I did pull jail calls. I have not finished going through all the jail calls. What I can represent to the court is at this point, I have not found something to make that direct connection that Mr. Thornton facilitated this, but I am still looking into it. Obviously, I'll take the necessary measures at Third Circuit if I do find that he was somehow involved in that, because certainly that would be a violation of bond of the no contact order. And secondly, it's very troubling and concerning, but I have to have evidence to make that connection, and I understand that. But I did want to bring it to the court's attention. Again, he's here at court today. He's on his house arrest. I don't think there's really any argument to change bond at this time. But that was something that was concerning to me. But again, we work based on evidence as attorneys here. So while it was concerning enough that I wanted to make a record of it, I'm not asking for anything at this time per se.
Could you repeat that date, Your Honor, for me?
February 2nd, 2024 at 9:00 a.m. Bond will be continued. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Milkwood's here.
Sure am, Judge.
Irving Maddox.
Okay, have a nice weekend. CAD.
Calling case 2455046 for the state of Michigan versus Irving Maddox. Defendant is charged with count 1 weapon firearms possession by felon, count 2 felony firearms, count 3 domestic violence, count 4 weapons firearms reckless use. Defendant has an additional criminal court defense notice. Next for the record.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Shelley Greenfield, number 6024.
Good afternoon, Judge. Neighborhood Defender Service by Jackie Hilgowitz, P81653 on behalf of Irving Mathis, who stands to my left. Mr. Mathis, will you state your name for the judge, please?
Today's date, time, such a preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
I'm not able to proceed at this time. The meeting is going to look like a I only can, and she's not present. I cannot proceed without the testimony.
Your Honor, I would move for dismissal without prejudice.
We'll dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you. I got you here. Just hang out in the hall and I'll get you paperwork.
Tony Mosley. Mr. Colthurst here.
She's down the hall, actually. You want me to grab her, Judge?
Yes, please, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
How you doing, Ms. Colthurst?
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you.
Calling case 2455029, the state of Michigan versus Tony Jane Mosley. Defendant's charged with count one assault with intent to grave bodily harm, misdemeanor by strangulation. Count two, domestic violence, second offense notice. Domestic violence and or knowingly assaulting pregnant individual, pregnant woman. Okay. Second offense notice. Defendant has an additional offense, fourth offense notice. Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Green for the people, team number 6, here wishing for the
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Jennifer Colthurst, P52876. I am here on behalf of Mr. Tony Lynn Mosby. Sir, state your name.
Tony Van Mosby.
Today's date time set for preliminary examination. I'm ready to proceed.
Your Honor, I'm not able to proceed at this time. The plaintiff was notified of today's date. She is not present.
Defense moves to dismiss.
So we're going to dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you.
Okay, let's take a lunch break, folks. We are down until 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock, please.
For lunch. Yes, already. Thank you. So you put up.
Everybody.
Yeah, seriously. Much more you guys got to say? I'll pray for you. Yeah. Saw yesterday. That was interesting. Huh? Yeah, that was hard to look. I got this. Thank you, you too. Have a good weekend, everyone.
Two 15.
Take care, everyone.
Judge, we're ready to leave that spot.
Okay. Call your first witness.
Mayor, this time we call Wendy Hart.
And please step forward, give your name and spelling to the young lady seated over there. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, then. You know what, you can take your coat off if you like, put it in that chair right there. Sorry? Real bad cold, thank you for that. Please have a seat right over here. Keep your voice up nice and loud and speak into that microphone. It's going to be to your left. Begin when you're ready.
All right, good afternoon. Please state your name once again for the record.
Can't hear you, man. Talking to the microphone to your left.
Wendy L. Hart. All right, Ms. Hart, I'm going to be asking you some questions today. If you don't understand something or if you want me to repeat it, please let me know. All right? Yes. Okay. All right, Ms. Hart, I want to bring your attention back to the date of December 26th of last year, 2023. Do you remember that date? Yes, I do. Okay, where were you on that date? I got a Christmas party. And I was me and Anthony decided to go to my uncle's house.
It's very hard to hear you through that mask.
I was at a Christmas party, and later on that night, me and Anthony decided to go to my uncle's home. Okay, let me stop you right there. You said you and Anthony. What is Anthony's last name? Okay, and how do you know Anthony Simmons? He was my boyfriend. Okay, and do you see Anthony Simmons in the courtroom here today? Yes, I do. All right, for identification purposes, could you indicate where he is and what he's wearing today? He's on a green shirt, here on his face. All right, thank you. You are pleased with the record, right? This is the identified defendant, Anthony Simmons.
So noted.
Thank you. All right, you indicated that you say that you and Mr. Simmons decided to go back to your uncle's house. Is that correct? Yes. Okay, and what is your uncle's name? Charles. Charles? Yes. What's his last name? Short. Okay, does he have another name? I don't know. He's my dad, but I don't know his name. Okay, so his name is Charles Short. Yes. Okay. And where does he live? 526 Field Street. Is that in the city of Detroit, County Wayne? Yes, it is. Okay. So you and Mr. Samuelson arrived at Mr. Short's house? Yeah. Okay. And what happened when you arrived there? Well, I know I remember I was struck really hard and everything that started and I was out. Okay. So you well, let me ask you, why did you decide to go to your I'm sorry, did you say your uncle? Yeah. Why did you decide to go to your uncle? Well, I was done with the party and I wanted to speak it off and then him had two things that we wanted to talk about. What were those things you wanted to talk about?
No, certain things about relationship.
Okay. Did you start talking about those things?
Well, I believe you were talking on the way as you was walking.
Okay. So what is the last thing you remember before being struck?
I don't.
Okay. What do you remember about that?
All I remember is by the time I got to the house, I believe I was opening up the gate, I believe, and I was dead. And I was told out. I wasn't aware that I was hit several more times after that. My neighbor told me.
Okay. Okay, so you knew that you were hit. Is that
Yeah.
right? Okay. Who were you hit by?
Anthony.
Okay. Was there anyone else around you at that time?
No,
Okay. What did he hit you with, if you know?
I didn't know at that time.
So objection to any speculation.
Well, she said she didn't know at that time. And so I would ask if she knew later what she was corrupted.
And I would object.
Depends on how someone told her that would be good.
Okay, just listen very quiet here and go to my question. Did you later find out what you were struck with because someone told you?
I knew it was something really hard. I knew that.
Okay.
It felt like metal.
Okay. You knew it was something hard and it felt like metal.
Yeah.
Okay. Where were you struck?
I was struck in my eye. That was the first blow that knocked me out completely. When I did come to, when the police arrived and they seen my face, and I told them I felt like it was something else.
Objection to hearsay.
Where she's saying what she told.
And that is an out of court statement.
But she's available for cross-examination.
Judge, the rule against hearsay does not permit any out of court
I
statement.
understand the rule against hearsay, overruled, you may proceed.
What did you tell the police?
I told the police I was here something really hard, but she recognized who it was. She said,
Okay. You can't say what anyone else said, just what you said and what you observed. Okay. All right. So did you say anything else to the police?
I told her all the people something because I had knocked all in my face and my eye was shut completely.
Okay. All right. So what, did you go to the hospital?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Were you treated at the hospital?
Yes.
Okay. How long did you stay at the hospital?
Well, I just went to the hospital the court date on the 16th, but they had to change the date. I have discharge papers right now with me just to train my eye.
Objection to anything on this charge.
So let me just ask you this first. So did you go to the hospital on that day?
No, I did.
Okay. Did you, how long after did you go to the hospital?
I had to wait a few days because I was really embarrassed about my appearance in the public eye. And my face was so hurt so bad that I'm just in pain. I just had to lay down for a couple of days.
Okay. So when you went to the hospital, how were you treated for your injuries?
Yes.
Okay. And how were you treated for your injuries?
They gave me x-rays to explain what was wrong with me first. And they said, I'm gonna need surgery in my eye.
Objection.
So, so you were treated and you were explained, it was explained to you what your injuries were, is that correct?
Objection
Okay.
to meeting as well as hearsay. Also one for hearsay.
Oh, so, did you receive any surgery, while you were at the hospital?
I have to go back to another eye doctor. So they could see what's going on too, but they gave me information that my eyeball is not trained.
All right, I've been wondering where this line of questioning is going. It seems like it falls for hearsay.
Well, Your Honor, and I will explain one of the charges for this specific claimant was assault with intent to do very violent crime. And so I am just going into the injuries that she had.
Certainly, no.
All right. Do you have further appointments for treatment?
Yes, I do.
What area of your face or body needs to be treated still?
I have none on my right side. On the side of my face, I can't feel my face.
Oh, hearsay, you understand, hearsay is out of the state.
Yes, Judge.
The question we asked for a state.
Well, the treatment that she needs, that information seems to be coming from hearsay, such as a medical professional.
What treatment do you need to receive?
I have to go to a bone surgery. I have to go back to a eye doctor. They said I'm in surgery on my eye.
Your Texas stuff.
Hearsay. The witness just said, they said, I don't know, because the witness said, they said. And I objected to hearsay.
So ma'am, do you have a condition now?
Yes, I do.
What's your condition?
My condition is numbness in my face. I still have knots all in my face. And my eyes tearing. And they said that the doctor said my nose, my sinus.
Now, you can't tell us what somebody told you. Okay? But you were telling us about your nose.
Yes, my nose.
Can you look at me for a second? Let me see what you're talking about. Indicating for the record, the witness has. Okay. Indicating for the record, the witness has indicated the left portion of her cheekbone on the left side, where there appears to be a visible knot of some sort. What else, ma'am? She also indicated on the bottom right side of her jaw, that there's a knot there, and then a chip tooth. Do you have any pictures of what took place at that time? Okay.
Wait, Ms. Hart, I just handed you something. Do you recognize what I handed you? You said today I'll never forget?
Okay, you gotta talk back into the microphone.
Yes, Christmas Day, I never forget.
Okay, so what is that a picture of?
That's somebody trying to destroy my face.
Okay. Who is that a picture of?
Wendy, me.
Okay, that's a picture of you. Okay, and what do you observe on that picture of you?
That's something that I don't feel that no man should do to no woman. That's a monster that's inside them.
Okay, and let me just be a little bit more specific. What do you notice about that picture in terms of what you had already testified to today?
Somebody don't love me. Period.
Did you take that picture?
No, the police did.
Okay, so looking at that picture though, is that picture an accurate representation of what you looked like sometime after you was assaulted that you just testified to?
Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, at this point, I would need to admit that picture based on the identification from the witness.
The objection, admitted.
And I would look to the start.
Can you hold it up for me again one more time? Thank you.
How long did this go on for?
I don't understand what you mean.
If you remember, how long of a period of time did this go on from the time that you were struck until the time that you were talking to police?
I would say it in my face at least 6, 7 times.
Okay, and you told the police that, correct? Okay. And did you know about anything else that happened involving Mr. Sampson on that day? Did you witness anything?
No, I didn't.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Process now.
So you testified that you were hit in the face, is that right?
Yes.
And that you were hit in the face at least 6 or 7 times, is that right?
Yes.
And so you recall being hit in the face 6 or 7 times?
Yes, I'm sure about the knock that's in my face while I was struggling.
Okay, so do you recall the act of observing someone hitting you in the face 6 or 7 times?
I could feel it.
Okay, you could feel someone hit you 6 or 7 times?
Yeah.
Okay, and that isn't just based on the injuries that you later saw in your face, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, and what time did this occur?
It was late at night.
Okay, and had you been anything to drink at all that day?
Yes, because we got Christmas party.
Okay, what did you have to drink?
A little alcohol.
Okay, how many drinks did you have?
About this one.
And over how long a period did you drink 3 or 4 drinks?
That was during the day, during the night period.
Okay, over the course of 3 hours or less?
Yeah.
Less than 3 hours?
Yeah.
Okay, over the course of 1 hour?
I never recall.
Okay. Okay, so the first physical contact that you and Anthony had that evening was a strike in your face, is that right? And before that, did you strike Anthony at all?
No.
Okay. You didn't touch him in any way, is that right?
No.
Okay. And you testified that you didn't go to the hospital for a few days, is that right?
I went to the hospital a few days after it happened.
Okay. So 3 days after it happened?
Yeah.
And you testified that you still have some ongoing issues, is that right?
Yes, I do.
And do you feel any ongoing issues with your face?
Yes, I do. My left side of my face is numbness, my eyes tearing up, and my vision, I'm seeing double vision. And I can barely tell and eat stuff. My teeth is not right, being hit with the glass teeth in my mouth.
Okay.
And knocks in my face, they hurt really bad.
Ask for that to be stricken as speculation, the brass knuckles. And you did write a written statement in this case, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, you wrote a written statement the night that this happened, is that right?
No, I can recall.
Okay, you don't recall when you wrote the written statement?
No, because I was out about this shot after it happened.
Okay, it was sometime soon after it happened, is that right?
And when the police trying to get me trying something.
Okay, and you remember talking to the police, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and you don't remember signing a written statement at all, is that right?
I can't recall.
I'm going to, may I approach Judge?
Yes.
Recognize this statement. Right, you recognize the statement? That's your signature at the bottom of the statement. And you recall reading the statement? And an officer wrote it, you didn't write it, is that right? An officer wrote it, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, but you reviewed it and you signed it, is that right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And in your statement, you did say that you were hit in the face several times, correct? Okay, but nowhere in your statement did you mention, feeling that you felt metal, is that right?
No.
Okay. Do you
Well, I know it was something hard to get upstairs.
Okay, but if it's
I
time
have a
that,
broke bone in my face. That's how I know it was something.
okay. So this is all something that you have decided after, is that correct?
Yes, my memory came good too. I remember everything.
Okay, but when you wrote a statement, on December 26th, 2023, you didn't mention anything about feeling metal, is that right?
I know it was something very hard, and I know it's hard in the spirit.
Okay, but when you put together a statement on December 26th, 2023, you didn't mention being hit with anything hard either, isn't that right?
I did.
Okay, it wasn't in the statement that you just looked at, is that correct?
No, it wasn't.
Okay, and you reviewed and you signed the statement, correct?
Yeah.
So,
But you have to remind me, I had one eye at the time out in shop. So I couldn't, put all my work together where I would say I wanted to.
okay, but my question is, in the statement that you reviewed and signed, you never stated that you were hit with something hard, right? Okay, or that you were hit with something that felt like metal, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and when you were putting together a statement right after this happened, the only thing you stated about getting hit is simply that you were hit several times, correct?
Yes, I know that. I know if it was something harder than the spirit.
Okay, but again, that wasn't in the statement either, is that correct?
I don't know if it was in there or not. Again, I was in shock. Okay, I was getting my face with something really hard, and my mind wasn't right. Everything was blurry to me at that time. And when my memory came to, I remember everything.
Okay, but in the statement that you just reviewed, you do not say anything about being hit with anything harder than a fist, is that correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
I don't think that last question was answered. Something hard, something like metal, and now the statement is harder than a fist. So that was the question. Understood. I'll move on. Nothing further.
Can you redirect? Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Any other witnesses for the people?
Yes, Judge. At this time, the people would be calling, Harold.
Okay. Sir, please give your name and spelling to the young lady seated there. Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. Please have a seat in the witness box right next to you. Voice up nice and loud and speak into that microphone to your left once you see. Speaking to that microphone to your left. Thank you. Great.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Please state your name once again for the record.
Charles Schultz.
Okay, and, Mr. Schwartz, do you have a middle name?
Edwards.
Okay, so Charles Edwards. Okay, thank you. I'm gonna get into some questions today. If you don't understand something or you want me to repeat it, please let me know, all right? Thank you. I want to bring your attention back to the date of December 26th of last year, 2023. Do you remember that date?
26.
Yes.
Is that Christmas? Yeah.
Later, early morning hours, but late in the day. Okay. And where were you on that day?
In my home, not in my living room.
Okay, in your home. Where is your home located?
230 Field Street, Prosecution.
Okay, thank you. And did anything unusual happen on that day?
Well, there was a knock on the door.
Okay, there was a knock on your, first of all, was there anyone else in the house with you?
I was
except
there
for
by
you?
myself.
Okay, and is that your house?
Yes, mine.
Okay. And nobody else lives there?
No.
Okay, so you said there was a knock at the door. Okay, what did you do when there was a knock at the door?
I heard some open the door, and so as I said, don't bring that noise in my house.
Okay, and what did you mean when you said?
I heard the marble on the porch.
Okay, and when you say you heard them arguing, who are you referring to?
Shadow and or I knew it on the porch.
Okay, and you, could you say their names?
Wendy and Anthony.
Wendy and Anthony. What's Wendy's last name?
Hart.
Okay, and are you related to her?
No.
Okay, how do you know Wendy Hart?
We live in the neighborhood with friends.
Friends with the neighborhood?
Yeah.
Okay, how long have you been friends for?
About 10, 15 years.
10, 15 years? Okay. And you said, and you also, and did you see Wendy Hart today in court? Courtroom?
Came down.
You came down here today, okay. And then you said what's Anthony's last name, do you know?
Sam, I was all over the shadow, but I just recently met Anthony Shadow.
You know the shadow?
I know that shadow.
Okay. Do you see him in the courtroom here today? He's right there, look, and what is he there? Thank you. Your Honor, please this record reflect that we have it done by the defendant and
So,
all right. So you said you heard them arguing, and are you mean Anthony said?
Well, yeah, I heard noise on the porch, which I assumed are.
Okay.
Knocked on my door, and, I got no answer.
Okay. So when you answered the door, what happened?
Shadow came in, and followed me, and I walked back to my house. I didn't see anything in behind me.
Okay. Did you invite him in?
No, he just came on in.
Okay.
When I stood up the door, the first time in.
Okay. And then what happened after he came in?
Then I walked back into the living room, and he was standing behind me. He asked me a question about what happened to the boots.
He asked you a question about what happened to
Yeah,
some
I said,
boots.
what happened to Wendy's boots?
Did you know what he was talking about?
I knew what he was talking about, but I didn't know nothing about the boots. They said the boots can't go listen.
Okay.
Then he said, I don't know about the boots. Then he said, I'm going to pay for the boots. I said, well, I'm not getting no boots. And then he hit me in the head with the brass knuckles.
Okay, he hit you in the head.
Yes.
Did you see the brass knuckles?
No, the police officer told me the brass knuckles. I know blood started running down my head.
sustained.
So you did not see what he had, but you knew that you were pissed.
Well, I didn't know where I was hitting that first police officer came and looked at my head. So I knew I was bleeding.
Okay. You couldn't see what he.
I object to speculation about what he was hit with based on the police officer's hearsay statements.
I think I already sustained that rejection.
Okay. So how many times were you hit?
One time.
Okay, and where?
Right here.
Okay, and how did it feel when you were hit in the head?
Well, I was shocked.
Why were you shocked?
I didn't believe he hit me. I had no reason to it. I thought it was real. Then blood started coming down my head. I didn't believe I was bleeding. I was just like, all right, I was bleeding. Yeah, he went back out. Back out the house. Okay. Then I started hearing my windows and doors and breaking and stuff. I called 911.
Why did you call 911?
Because I thought he was violent in my house.
What was he doing specifically to your house?
Breaking my windows and doors and stuff.
What windows did
The
you?
front window, the front door.
Okay. And, did the police eventually arrive?
Yes,
Did you tell the police about it?
yes.
Did you get those, items fixed?
No, not yet.
So you said the front window,
Yes.
was it broken or just
Broke
damaged?
down. Pick up the window.
Okay. And you said the door also?
Yes,
What door?
front door.
And how was that?
It won't close. I was guessing the statement.
Okay. Did that happen before or after he came in?
I think before.
Okay. All right. And did you invite, I know you said you answered the door. So when you opened the door, did you invite him in?
No.
Okay. Did you want him in your house?
Huh?
Did you want him in your house?
No, not that noise.
Oh. And you said that he hit you in the head and then left.
Yes.
And what did you observe, if anything, about Wendy Hart?
But I really didn't see nothing about that. I didn't even know that, he had get up when he came in the house.
Okay.
You know, I didn't even know that happened. I didn't hear nothing of that.
Okay. After, what you called the police, was Wendy still there?
Yes,
At any time that night, did you make any observations about Wendy?
yes.
What were those observations?
I just thought pulled up. And
Her eye was closed?
Like pulled up. She went upstairs.
She went upstairs?
Yeah.
Okay. What happened after that?
But that came.
Okay.
Sorry. Can you say that again?
Detective came, and I was watching what happened.
Did the detective came at night?
Yes.
And did you tell the detective what happened?
Yes.
Okay. Can I read the witness?
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Schwartz, do you recognize what I mean?
Yes, I do.
What is that? What is it?
That's a picture of my head right there.
Okay, it's a picture of your head.
Yeah.
Okay, and what specifically does it show?
It shows my head leaving.
Okay, and did you take that picture?
Yeah.
Okay, but is that picture an accurate representation
Yeah.
of the injury that you received?
Yeah.
Can you describe it?
This is my top of my head.
Okay. And that's what you looked like on that day, or was that after that day?
After that day, you got, that's how good.
Okay, because, just look, so, you said you were bleeding?
Yes.
Okay, and how did you know you were bleeding?
There's just dripping out my face and on my shirt.
Okay, the blood was dripping down?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Your Honor, based on this witness's identification, I will move to admit to the and at this time, I would ask a question.
Sir, can you hold the picture for me? All right, thank you.
And with that, I have no further questions.
You testified that you were home at your house this night, is that right?
Yes.
And you heard a knock on the door, is that right? And then you opened the door, is that right? And when you opened the door, there were two people at the door, correct?
I only seen one person. I didn't see one get time. I didn't see him coming behind me. I turned my back and stared back down.
Okay.
But I assumed it was the porch.
Okay, and Wendy didn't come in at all?
Not at that time. Not behind. He came in by himself. He came behind me.
Okay, and did Wendy come in within a minute of him coming in?
A little bit after that, yes.
Okay, Wendy came in just seconds after him coming in, is that right?
No, yeah. And then,
Okay,
that's me and him having discussion.
okay,
Matter of fact, after that, but she didn't even come in. He came in, hit me, went back out. She was still on the porch.
Okay, so she didn't come in at all.
Not right here.
Okay. And, you testified that she wasn't staying at the house at that time? She wasn't
Nope.
staying at your house?
She said that off and on.
Okay.
She found her back, come in, stay.
Okay, so on that particular evening, she didn't stay then?
That night she said, after that.
Okay. And that during the day, she was staying with you?
She wasn't there.
Okay, so this was the first time you saw her that day, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And you heard a knock on your door and Anthony came in, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and he was in your house for a minute, how long was he in your house?
Came right in, came right through, so, we just said. He just stayed with me.
He didn't even stay in your house for a full minute?
We asked 2 questions, he hit me, went back out.
Okay. Okay, and he asked you a couple of questions about boots, is that
Yeah.
right? Okay. And when you came to, so you got up after someone knocked at the door, is that right?
Mhm.
Is that a
I
yes?
went up to the door, yes.
Okay, and you opened the door and then Anthony simply walked in, is that correct?
I turned open the door and I turned back. And I came in behind me.
Okay,
You know, I'm assuming they was coming in to go upstairs and whatever. You know, I wasn't thinking they was coming to see me, I was living in the house.
okay, you let him in the house, is that correct? Okay. And you testified that you heard what you assumed was an argument outside, correct? Is that a yes?
Yes.
And is that, were there raised voices? What did you hear?
It was like arguing.
Okay, but you didn't hear any words that anyone was saying?
That was like, wrong.
Okay, okay. And after Anthony left your house, you called the police, is that correct?
I was calling, like, he was still breaking my window. So while I was phone, I was getting my window being broken. And she was still breaking my window, and went back outside, after he hit me, he went back outside, and I was phone call 911. And I was telling them, break my window right now, we get crashed.
And when did you see Wendy next that night?
That, they go right here.
How long after Anthony left your house did you see Wendy?
About 5 to 10 minutes later.
Okay, so she was outside on your porch for about 5 or 10 minutes, is that correct?
Well, I'm talking about, I know she's outside, but I knew she came in, you know, she went upstairs, you know, I didn't see her, I didn't really feel this bad.
Oh, so you never saw her looking like that, is that correct?
I didn't know that. I knew she would be there.
Okay, but that, you never saw her looking that way, is that correct? That's a no, you never saw her looking that way? Okay. And so you testified that eventually, at some point, she came back inside the house, is that correct?
Yes, Mr. came in, yes.
Okay, and she went directly upstairs?
Yes.
So you two didn't have a discussion when she walked in the house, is that correct?
No.
But you saw her later that evening, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, and you never saw her looking as bad as she does in that picture, is that what you're saying?
I deserve this one.
Okay, and you and Wendy, you had conversations that evening, don't tell me what you said, but you and her conversed that evening, is that correct?
Well, yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, and, she was coherent, she was having a coherent conversation with you, is that right?
No, well, you know, she was kind of explaining what happened, and, you know, I really didn't want to know.
Understood. Okay, but you two conversed for a period of time, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and she was up walking, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you have anything to drink that night?
No, I don't drink.
Okay, and did you consume any drugs that night? You testified that Wendy didn't live with you, is that right?
Yeah, she stayed there off and on.
Okay.
You know, she was basically the family member that month. She come there to live, but she come with that much out and a different family.
Okay.
As long as they there, she can, she would help her out. Right?
Because you gave a statement to the police that evening, isn't that right?
Yeah.
And the police officer asked you, how long has Wendy been living with you? And you responded, about a year. Isn't that right?
Oh, yeah, off and on.
Okay. So you did tell the police that she had been living with you for about a year?
Yeah.
Okay. Nothing further.
Can you redirect? Thank you, sir. You may stay. Any other witnesses for the people? Any witnesses for the defendant? People?
Your Honor, this time I would move to bind over the charges in the rest.
Judge, we object to the bind over. First, on the count of assault with intent to do great bodily harm, don't think that the testimony amounted to evidence that Mr. Sammons intended to cause a physical injury that could seriously and permanently harm the health or function of the body. I don't think we received that type of testimony at this hearing. And as to the felonious assault counts, Judge, we don't have any evidence that a weapon was used during this altercation.
Your Honor, as to count one about community requirements, all right. So Ms. Hart testified that she knew she was hit one time. She remembers that, and she doesn't remember much else after that. But based on the state of her face and what she saw and what she felt afterwards, she knew that it was more than one hit. And she did say she knew that she was hit with something very hard. She said felt like harder than a fist. The injury, she did go to the hospital. She does have to have further treatment. She says that she has numbness in her face. She has double vision. She can't eat right. These are not injuries that a person would sustain from getting hit one time in the head with a fist. She testified to all of that, and she could tell by the numerous knots in her face. In addition to that, Your Honor, Mr. Shorts testified that he was hit one time in the head, and he identified the photo. And the photo is like it shows a scar here, as like almost a cut kind of thing, not from being. Doesn't look like from being punched in the head with a fist, but punched with something in order to make a cut. He said he was bleeding down his face and on his shirt. So, from their testimony, it seems clear that both of them were hit with something, were hit with an object. And they both testified that it was brass knuckles, that's why it was turned that way. But they were both hit in the face. So, again, I would ask the court
There was no reasonable testimony that they were hit with brass knuckles.
All right. So the defendant is charged with assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder, or by strangulation as relates to the complaint of bleeding heart. She produced a photograph of the injuries that she sustained that day, and she testified as to the extent of her injuries, and testified how she continues to have further complications from those injuries and needs further treatment as a result of sustaining those injuries. So what the people have to show is that the defendant made an assault on Wendy's heart with the intent to do great bodily harm. His intent is what's important here, but I submit to you that you go well beyond that. Not only do people show potential intent, they show that he not only intended, but that he did in fact cause great bodily harm to Wendy's heart. The picture that was produced as People's Exhibit, I don't know if that was Exhibit 1. People's Exhibit 1 showed that woman was beat and battered. To the point where she still has numbness in her face. She said something about her back teeth shifting. She has a permanent knot on the left side of her jawbone, her cheekbone, on the right side, lower side of her jawbone. I think the people that met her murder probably cause as it relates to compound assault, it seems to be great out of the context of murder by strangulation. Count 2, they charged assault with a dangerous weapon. Although Ms. Hart nor Mr. Shorts are able to tell us exactly what that weapon was, both testified that they were hit with an object that was very hard. Ms. Hart indicated that it was harder than this and it felt like metal. Mr. Shorts testified that whatever it was he was hit with literally split his head open. I think that whatever it was that he used, there was some talk about it being some brass knuckles, but there was no elicited evidence that there was brass knuckles involved here. So if that was in fact likely, I can't consider it because it wasn't admissible. But they were hit with something that would qualify as a dangerous weapon because it was used as such, as a dangerous weapon that caused the injuries that it caused. Well, that's as it relates to the car. So the dangerous weapon. Is that charged in the alternative or something? You have the GPH, maybe have the FA.
Yes, just separately to it, that there was a weapon used.
Okay. Same analogy with count 3 as it relates to Edward Shorts. The domestic violence is the misdemeanor that goes over with it. The court finding those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finding probable cause to be disciplined committed will bind the defendant over to the Lane County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division of the proceedings. There's a arraignment on the information date. Time will be January 26, 2024 at 9 o'clock p.m.
I wouldn't be heard on bond, but I haven't had an opportunity to review the DSU report yet.
Okay, Ron.
Judge, I would move for a bond reduction in this case. Mr. Sands' current bond is 50,000, 10%, and that's unworked for Mr. Salmon. So it is a de facto detention for Mr. Salmons. And Mr. Salmons does have a place to live if released. That's reflected in the DSU report. It was confirmed with the woman that he would be residing with. He was working there before his arrest, would be able to continue working there after his arrest. So he does have community ties. I will note, I think there are no failures to appear on here, despite Mr. Salmon's having criminal history. And that also shows that he will show up to court and follow the rules of his court judge.
I asked for no reduction in bond. This is quite a vicious assault. It could have been a lot worse. If she can't still see out of that eye, she has to have continuing medical treatment. It was unprovoked. And then when assaulted another person who had nothing to do with any of this, that being Mr. Short. So I think that he is a danger to the community. So I'm making the reduction.
Let's just point out that looking at the risk factors calculated at the end of the report, they calculated Mr. Salmon that medium risk with +1 point. And I do note that one of the risk factors they calculated was substance abuse problems, even though the only basis for that seems to be that one person who the writer spoke with said that Mr. Salmon has lost some weight already, so he might have substance abuse problems.
They recommend no action, so why should I disregard their recommendation from yours?
Well, Judge, what I'm saying is that I believe their point calculation is off. They calculated 1 extra point for substance abuse issues, although there doesn't seem to be any real basis for that. So I believe that Mr. Salmon should actually score a 0, low risk. That's one reason that should be disregarded. The second reason is because he should not be held because he is indigent. Mr. Salmon cannot afford that bond, so we're asking for it.
He's not being held because he's indigent. In fact, I think the bond said, not that it said it because he's a danger to the community. He has a very expensive criminal record. Although many of his offenses date back into the 80s. Back when I was 12 years old. But from the 80s up until 2017, he's been very busy. As a assault with intent to rob arm, felony firearm. 1990. He spent 4 to 15 years in prison for that. He had a carrying a concealed weapon. He had 3 to 10 years for that. Breaking and entering the building with intent, murder of stool, habitual fraud. Looks like he likes going to jail. Narcotics violations in 84. He did prison time for that. Possession of dangerous controlled substance. So I don't think it's just based on what one person said. It's like he has a history of drug abuse dating back to the 80s. And I think that score is probably appropriate. The court is not inclined to reduce the bond at this time. I think this defendant is a danger to the community, and for that reason, bond will continue. Right at home.
Right.
Judge, if I may, my complainant is here. She's wheelchair bound. She's unable to potentially even be out of the wheelchair to sit into that chair. Is it possible if she just is essentially sitting next to it and go with that light?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And are we able to maybe do her in first? Yeah, that's smart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is.
Hello there. How's Miss Woodside? How's Miss Woodside today?
I get on the phone. Personally, I gotta go back to work.
You're busy right now. You're busy right now.
Every day.
Ted, are you okay with us bringing her out now?
Sure, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
My line, tell me about my cardiology appointment on this. I know.
Almost there, for Judge. We're almost there.
Thank you. That's right.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, that's what I have to work with,
Excuse me?
and that alarm was what I just missed.
Sure.
Trayvon Whetstone.
Yes, sir.
Stand next to your attorney.
Calling case 2357569, East State Mission versus Trayvon Damara Whetstone. Defendant was charged in count 1, criminal sexual conduct, first degree during felony. Count 2, criminal sexual conduct, first degree during felony. Count 3, criminal sexual conduct, first degree during felony. Count 4, home invasion, first degree. Count 5, unarmed robbery.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Sotomayor speaking on behalf of people, P83923.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. This is on report, Sharon Carpenter, on behalf of the witness, Trayvon Whetstone, stands to my left.
Tell me your name, sir. There's a date and time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready?
We are, Judge.
Witnesses.
And that, Judge, there is one individual that's in the courtroom who would not be a potential witness. The other two individuals are outside and will not be in the courtroom during the victim's testimony.
All right. If there are any other witnesses who may testify in this matter out there in YouTube land, please, for this order, you need to log off at this time. How many witnesses are you talking to?
Just one, Judge.
Okay. And I think your witness is present already.
She is, Judge.
Go ahead, young lady. Did you give your name to my court reporter over there?
Not yet.
Tell us your name and spell it for us, please.
Clarita Thomas, CLAIRETA, Thomas, THOMAS.
All right. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you very much. Okay, you may begin when you're ready.
Sorry, Judge. Thank you, Judge. Ms. Thomas, I'm going to take you back to July of 2022. Where were you residing at the time?
That's 6505 Grace, Detroit, Michigan.
And is that in Wayne County?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and how long have you been living at that address for?
Since 2001.
Were you living there on your own?
At the time I was, yes.
Can you describe what that home looked like? Was it 1 level, 2 level, or something else?
It was 2 levels. It was a bungalow, kitchen, living room, dining room, 2 bedrooms downstairs, 1 bedroom upstairs, and a basement.
Okay, and at the time, today while you're present in court, you're in a wheelchair. At the time, were you also in a wheelchair?
No, I wasn't.
Okay, did you use anything to assist you when you were walking?
I usually walk.
Okay, and so were you able to go up the stairs at the time?
No.
Okay.
I wasn't.
You indicated that there were 2 bedrooms on the first floor.
Yes.
Were one of those bedrooms your bedrooms?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and is that where you slept that night?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and you also indicated that there was a living room in the home?
Yes.
Okay, was there anything that connected the living room to the bedrooms?
There was a hallway in between.
Okay,
The bathroom.
a hallway and a bathroom?
Yes.
So specifically on July 25th, 2022, did something happen to you that brings you to court today?
Yes.
Okay, very briefly, can you say what happened?
Someone broke into my house and raped me.
Okay, so I want to go through each of those things, okay? Do you recall what time it was that you were home that evening?
From midnight, I guess, or after, I'm not sure, I don't remember.
Okay, sometime late in the evening.
Yes.
Okay, and where were you in your home?
I was in the living room and my recliner.
Okay, what else is in your living room?
There's a couch, a love seat, television, a bookcase, I guess like a little sofa table, I guess they call it.
Okay.
A television and a round cocktail table.
Okay, and you were sitting, you indicated in your recliner?
Yes, I was.
Okay, is that an individual chair?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and at some point, so it's late in the evening and you're sitting in your recliner, what is it that you were doing at that time?
I was watching television.
Okay, is there a point where you hear something that alarms you?
Yes, I heard something, and I thought first, I heard a thump, oh, that's outside, so I didn't really pay any attention to it. And then I heard a louder thump, and it sort of really, I guess I was sort of dozing off a little bit, so it sort of really woke me up. And then the next thing I know, somebody's coming down the hallway toward me.
Okay, and so at that time, late in the evening, were you alone in your home?
Yes.
Okay, and when you said someone is coming down the hallway towards you, is there any sort of door or entrance in the back that would have been utilized?
No.
Okay.
There's no door.
There's no door. How many doors do you have to your home?
There were two.
Okay, and where were those located?
One was in the front and then one was on the side of the house.
Okay, and so neither one of those doors were accessed when you saw this person in the living room?
No.
Okay, have you invited anyone home, into your home that evening?
No.
Okay, so when you, hear that noise, and then you see the person walking down the hall, what is the next thing that you see?
I saw the person
Okay,
coming toward me and I started to scream and he put his hand over my mouth.
okay. At that time, can you describe what it is that you're seeing of this person?
I'm seeing somebody in some gray sweatpants, a gray top of the hoodie, and a gray spikes, a gray mask over his face.
Okay, so when you say a mask over his face, is there any part of his face that you can see?
No, not besides his eyes and his mouth, no.
Okay, so would it be fair to say that the mask essentially was covering his entire face like a ski mask?
Yes, it was like a ski mask.
Okay, so at any point were you able to ever actually see the person's face?
No.
Okay, and after he put his hand around your mouth because you were screaming, what happens?
He said he wasn't gonna kill me, but to make me quiet.
Okay, did you do as he said?
Yes.
Okay, how are you feeling at this point when you saw that this stranger was in your home?
I was sure.
Can you explain that?
Just sort of like frozen, I guess. I thought, whoa. I'm from what was doing. You know, it's just terrible.
Okay, and afterwards, after he made that statement, did he say anything else to you?
Yeah. He said he broke in to steal a television, but he decided to wait me instead.
Okay. And did in fact some sort of sexual contact happen with this individual?
Yes.
Okay, so you are you still in the living room at this point?
Yes.
And are you still in your recliner?
Yes.
Okay, and at that point, were you able to just get up and walk away on your own?
No.
Okay, does any of the sexual contact happen while you're sitting on the recliner in the living room?
So he tried to penetrate me, but he couldn't.
Okay, can you explain what you mean by that?
Because he tried to open my legs wide.
Okay.
And but he couldn't. My legs wouldn't open up wide.
Okay, and at this point, where are you still? Are you sitting on the recliner?
Yes.
Okay, and so what, if anything, happens next?
We go to my bedroom.
Okay, how do you get to your bedroom?
I use my walker and I walk to the bedroom.
Okay, and is he following you into the bedroom?
Yeah.
Okay, and what is he saying anything to you as the two of you are going into the bedroom?
Mm-hmm. I remember.
Okay, and so what happens once you get into your bedroom?
He takes me, has me on the bed. And he put my legs on his shoulders. When he took my underwear off in the living room. And he penetrated me.
Okay, I'm just gonna actually take a step back, I'm sorry.
Okay.
When you said that he took your underwear off in the living room, can you describe what clothing you had on at the time?
I had on a, it's like a little sundress that I got in the Bahamas.
Okay.
Years ago. It was just a cotton thing with a couple of pockets, it has a sun or something, I can't remember, on it, and it's black.
Okay. Were you wearing, so you said you were wearing a dress. Did you have anything underneath your dress?
I had some panties on.
Okay. And who removed that underwear?
He did.
Okay, and that happened in the living room?
Yes.
Okay. And so at this point though, are you still wearing your dress?
Yes.
Okay. So when you go into your bedroom, do you still have your dress on?
Yes.
And where's your underwear?
In the room.
Okay. And so how are you positioned when you just indicated he penetrated you? How are you positioned when that happens?
I was on the bed and he raised my legs up and put them on his shoulder.
Oh, so is he standing in front of you or something else?
Yeah.
Yes to,
She was.
and at that point, what is it that happens?
She was penis inside of me.
Okay, when you say inside of you, what do you mean by that?
Inside my vagina.
Okay, thank you. And does any other part of his body make contact with your body?
Not then.
Okay, so what's happening then?
Yeah, sex with me.
Okay, and at some point, does the vaginal penetration stop?
Yes.
Okay, did something else happen?
Yes, she put his penis in my mouth.
Okay. When you say he put it in your mouth, did it go past your lips?
Yes, it did.
Okay. And so what happened after that?
He took it out. And I remember. Put his fingers inside of me.
Okay.
And
again, sorry, when you say inside of you, what do you mean by
inside
that?
of my vagina.
Okay, so you, do you remember necessarily the order in which those three events happened? Or those three acts of penetration? It's okay if you don't, I'm just inquiring into whether or not you do.
No, I remember that after he put his penis inside my vagina, he took it out, he put it inside my mouth. I just remember that happened in that order.
Okay.
But the fingers, I don't remember. I remember it happening was exactly if it was before or afterwards. I don't know.
Okay, that's totally fine. And so at least you know that, though, you recall that those three acts of penetration did occur.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember whether or not he was saying anything to you during this time?
No. After, except when he says stuff like that.
Okay, he did say that to you?
Yes, he did.
Okay, and during the time when the sexual assault is happening, do you recall whether or not he had a condom on?
No, he did not have a condom.
Okay, do you know whether or not he ejaculated?
Yes.
Okay, do you know where that happened?
Inside of me?
Okay, and after the sexual assault happened, what if anything, did he do next?
He took me back to the living room.
And what do you mean by that? How did he take you back?
He took me right up mine.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, and then what happened?
He wanted money.
Okay, how did he want money? Did he ask for it?
He said, got any money? Give me your money.
Okay, and what did you say in response?
I got my purse, and I had $5 in my purse. It was like, that's all, and I'm scared, and I knew I had some more money in there, and I had a green bag, and so that green bag, and there was $100 inside of the bag.
Okay, did he take that money as well?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Did he take anything else of yours?
He looked at my wallet, he didn't, and he looked at my driver's license, he didn't take it, but he looked at it.
And what did he do, if anything, when he looked at your driver's
He said,
license?
I know where you live.
Okay.
Which I mean, well, he knew where I lived, he was standing there in the house. And he told me not to call the police.
Okay. And at that point, essentially, so after the sexual assault happened and he's taking your money, how are you feeling when all of that occurred?
I'm hoping he leaves. I hope he doesn't hurt me and that he just leaves.
Okay. Did he make any threats towards you at the end?
He threatened that if I called the police, that he would come and kill me.
Did he, at any point brandish any sort of weapon?
No.
Okay, and based on his actions in the statements, how, did you have any concerns for your, safety or well-being at that point when he was, taking the money?
I was terrified the whole time. Yeah.
And so, after he looked through your, purse and took the money, looked at your license, what if anything happened after that?
And he went in the kitchen and went in the refrigerator.
Okay.
And, I had some Sun Dry in there.
Okay.
He drank some of it. He asked me if I wanted any, and I told him no.
Okay. Do you recall if at any point, if you went into any of the other rooms in the home?
I don't recall him going into any of the other things.
Okay, do you know if he used the bathroom?
I think he did go in the bathroom, yes.
Okay.
I heard the water running in the bathroom, like he was washing himself up or something.
Okay.
But yeah.
Would that have been before or after the sexual assault?
After.
Okay. And earlier you had mentioned that you heard of a thump. Did you know where that thump came from after the fact?
Well, after he left and everything, and I saw where the window had been, where the air conditioner had been pulled out. I mean, I had a fire on that window. I had it chained. I had shims in there so that the window couldn't be pushed up or anything. You know, I felt it was pretty secure. You know, it took a lot to pull it out and then push the gate that was on the window open and the chain that was on a padlock and everything.
Okay. What room was all of that window and the air conditioning in?
In my bedroom.
Okay. Is where you sleep? Okay. And is that the same bedroom where the assault took place?
Yes.
Okay. And so you had noticed that the air conditioning was out of the wall or out of the window?
But the air conditioning was out of the window? Yes.
Okay. After, at some point, does he, in fact, leave your home?
Yes.
And when does that happen?
After we drank juice. I remember coming out of the kitchen and standing at the door.
Okay. Does he say anything to you before he leaves?
Oh, yeah. He said that if I wanted to have sex with him, he told me what street he lived on, and I could just come around there and look for him.
Did you want to have sex with him that evening?
No.
I'm
sorry.
No, that's okay. And at some point he left your home?
Yeah.
Okay. What happens when he leaves?
I immediately called the police.
Okay. And did you call or contact anyone else when you called, after you called?
Yeah, I called my neighbor because I didn't want to be there by myself waiting on the police. And she didn't answer, so I called my sister. And she got here a couple of minutes after the police.
Okay. And what is your sister's name?
Adjournment. ALGRINA.
Thank you. And so, did the police eventually come to your home?
Yes, they came to get here.
Okay. And when they did, were you transported anywhere?
I was transported by ambulance to Beaumont.
Okay.
In Dearborn.
Okay. And when you were at the hospital, were you treated?
Yes.
Okay. What sort of injuries or pain did you have after this incident?
I think I was just in shock. Didn't have any injuries or pain.
Okay.
Yeah.
You mentioned earlier that you weren't able to, when you were on the recliner, that you weren't able, or he wasn't able to lift your legs because of your hip. Is that what you said earlier?
Yeah, that's not what she said. She said he wasn't able to, she wasn't able to because she couldn't open her legs right.
That's what she said.
That is correct, Judge. Thank you. That is correct. Was there any conditions that you had that was preventing that from happening?
I have rheumatoid arthritis.
Okay.
And I have rheumatoid arthritis, I have sciatica, I have spinal stenosis.
Okay. And do those affect your legs and your hip?
Yes, they do.
Okay. After this incident, were any of those conditions exacerbated?
Yes, they were.
And how were they exacerbated?
Well, because of my hips. I was in the bed at the hospital. I couldn't, and I don't remember how long I was laying in the bed or anything, but when they tried to pick me up, I could not walk.
Okay. So since 2002, after this incident, have you been able to walk on your own?
No.
Okay.
I need help standing up, and just the past few months, I've been able to even walk and walk.
But as of even now, you still almost always will use your wheelchair or have assistance moving.
Yes, a lot of times. I can use my legs, but right now, this cushion is new, so it's not sunk in enough to use my legs.
Okay. So going back to when you were in the hospital, did someone conduct a sexual assault examination on you?
Yes, they did.
Okay. Can you describe what that exam entailed?
I was put on a bed and in the stirrups, and I was examined, they took samples, and things like that.
Okay, when you say they took samples, were any swabs collected?
Yes, that's what I mean by samples.
Okay, yep, thank you. And were swabs or samples taken of your genital area or your vagina?
Yes, they were.
Okay. And after the incident, you indicated that you had resided in your home since 2001 earlier. After this incident, have you gone back to reside at that home?
No, my house is been sold.
Okay. And are you able to live on your own at this moment? Let me rephrase my question. Are you in a location where now you need assistance with moving?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And you no longer are residing in that home?
No, I'm not.
Did you at any point recognize the individual that was in your home?
No, I had never seen him before. Maybe had a mask on, I never seen him as far as I knew.
Okay, and was there anything distinctful about him when he was inside, when he was like in your home or talking to you or acting or interacting with you?
I thought he was young.
Okay, can you explain what you mean by that?
His mannerisms and things, he just didn't seem like, he told me he was 27. He did not seem like a 27-year-old.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have no further questions, Steve.
Cross-examination.
I just have to do, you have to know, ma'am, if you're unable to identify the person that came to your home, right? That's right. And with respect to the questions and practices, ask you, how long are you in the hospital? I don't know. Do you know if you probably spent the night there? Yes, I spent a few nights there. That's how come I don't remember how long. Okay, and then you were examined, is that right? I wasn't what? You were examined. Yes, I was. Are you aware of the result of the examination at all? Were you aware? Were you told what the results of your examination were?
That they found semen inside.
Anything else?
Yes, no.
You, when this person was having sex with you, it wasn't rough sex, would that be correct?
It was unwanted sex.
So it wasn't rough sex. You know what I mean by rough sex?
Yes, I know what you mean
Were
by
you torn anywhere?
no.
No further questions.
Can you redirect?
No, Judge, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. You're all set. Any other witnesses for the people?
Judge, no other witnesses, but the people would like to present, two lab reports, Judge. One is a MSP DNA lab report. The other one is a latent print, lab report. So, people's proposed exhibits 1 and 2 under MCL 766.11B, specifically, letter D. The lab reports indicate, if I may, read them into the record. There are 3 reports that were authored in regards to the sexual assault.
Before you go there, you're moving for the admission of this?
I am, yes, sorry, Judge.
Are there any objections?
Not for down.
And then you proceed.
Thank you, Judge. So People's Exhibit number 1, which is lab report number MD 22-2155. It involves Clarita Thomas's sexual assault kit. It indicates that DNA was recovered from the labia majora swabs that were essentially retained for further processing. That they indicated the possible presence of male DNA for processed further. That is authored by Jennifer Morgan on September 22nd, 2022. And then furthermore, report number 2, or record number 2, with the same lab number, again related to Clarita Thomas's sexual assault kit. They processed then the labia majora swabs, fraction 1 and fraction 2, indicating that fraction 1 is consistent with multiple contributors, at least one of which genetically types as male, and then that Clarita Thomas is expected to have contributed to her labia majora fraction 1, and then the labia majora fraction 2 again is consistent with multiple contributors, at least one of which genetically types as male. They requested a known buccal swab to be submitted for comparison purposes. That was authored by Erica Castor on February 10th, 2023. And then record number 3, the last one, was submitted by MSP with the defendant, Mr. Whetstone's buccal, for comparison purposes. And the report indicates that the labia majora swab fraction 1 was performed assuming that the DNA profile originated from 2 individuals, at least one of which genetically types as male. It indicates that Clarita Thomas is expected to have contributed to that one as indicated before. It also states that it is approximately 330 quintillion times more likely that it originated from Clarita Thomas and Trayon Whetstone than if it originated from Clarita Thomas and one unrelated unknown contributor. This analysis provides a very strong support that Mr. Whetstone is a contributor to her labia majora swabs fraction 1. And then similar to the Waiver Majora fraction 2, it indicates that it's approximately 6.6 million times more likely that it originated from Clarita Thomas and Mr. Whetstone than if it had originated from one unrelated unknown contributor. That was offered by Erica Castor on June 8, 2023. And then People's Exhibit number 2 is a latent print search, which indicated that Mr. Whetstone's at the above listed location on barcode number 680007-1, the SW, southwest window on S side residence finger number 7 left index was a match to Mr. Whetstone. And that is the same description of the window described by the complainant's testimony. And therefore the identification has been satisfied as well that it was the defendant who sexually assaulted the complainant.
This one's out.
Judge, the courts are coming focus statute. So
Can you step to the podium so we can hear you?
I just said the courts are already been to the court under your focus statute. I don't have any questions.
Thank you, Judge. As the court is aware, we're here for a probable cause standard. Based on the testimony, the people that charged Mr. Whetstone with 5 counts of essentially 3 counts of criminal sexual conduct, which the testimony described essentially that there were 3 acts of penetration that occurred to the complainant, and that those happened during the commission of a felony. That felony being either the home invasion of the first degree or the unarmed robbery. The complainant testified very credibly as to the incidents that occurred in her home, based on the fact that this individual was not welcomed in, that he broke into her home with an intent to actually steal her television, but instead saw that she was home and determined that he was going to sexually assault her. This was a woman that was living alone, elderly. She felt safe in her home. She's lived in that home for over 20 years now. Unfortunately, will never be able to go back there because of this incident. The defendant not only broke into her home and sexually assaulted her, but then did rob her through force or coercion, given what had just transpired previously. He took money from her, looked at her ID, threatened her, indicated that he would come back. She called the police and then left her home. Based on that testimony, the people believe that we have satisfied every single count as charged, and request a bind over of the felony information.
My only objection would be the unarmed robbery count based on the testimony of the witness. Allegedly, individual asked about money, $5 was given, and then it seemed to me that the complaint actually offered some other location, some other amount of money.
Yeah, but
but in no time it doesn't. But
why did she do that? She didn't do that because
I guess
she was feeling jealous.
I was just going to say, but no time the witness say that the person hit her, struck her, or did anything other than simply
Why
ask.
did just sexually assaulted?
Which was then included. So that would be my argument still, Your Honor. That is my argument. And the remaining counts are questions of that.
Well, you did say one thing that I agree with, I disagree with that.
I agree. I know you do.
The court, after hearing the testimony of Ms. Thomas, is satisfied she does not make the burden of probable cause as it relates to each and every count containing the complaint form. Said to be an absolutely horrifying incident to happen to an elderly woman in the city of Detroit. Have her phone broken into, be assaulted by a kid in the worst ways imaginable. Not only assaulted, but then robbed as a result of that. The court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit, and the court finds probable cause to believe this defendant committed them. The defendant will be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division of Proceedings. His arraignment on the information date and time will be January 26, 2024 at 9:00 a.m.
Thank you, Judge.
Can I ask for the finish me and you report that
You can ask over a certain period of time. Thank you.
What time? 4:1.
We'll wait to the end of the day. We'll wait at the end of the day.
I don't look.
I don't envy you.
They just call, they say, yeah, you're gonna take this, and you don't really know what it is. And then you read it, you go, ooh, it's a lot. There's a lot right here. It's a lot. And, but he has some challenges. He's raised a Japanese parent. He's had a traumatic childhood.
Yeah.
There's some French fries short that has.
I've never heard that.
I got his school records. He got it.
That concludes the docket for today. Hope to see you tomorrow. I'm sorry, hope to see you Monday, same bat station, same bat time. Have a good weekend, folks, and go Lions.
Maybe that's it. Well, yeah, because then she, when I talked to her, she said, oh, no, I can't wait. I'm like, okay. So remember.
I thank you, Judge. Have a great weekend.
All right, y'all be safe.
Well, we had.
Go Lions.
And I said,
Oh, yeah, no.
because it was way. Oh, so you did? I had to. The question is, did I send it back to you? Yeah, yeah.
It's gonna be a while for February.
So that was signed it. I signed it. So,
Okay, we got it.
so Judge, remember the
All right.
two young women that were burned up